Miren, lo que a mí, lo que a mí,
Okay, vamos a ver. Va a estar todo en inglés, así que en inglés. Hi, welcome to the REPU Seminar 2023 here in Düsseldorf. We are very happy to see so many people, so many of the students from 2023 that were able to come from different countries, from as far as Sweden, Denmark, here in Germany, France, Luxembourg, and the Netherlands. So it's really great to see them, and also many old faces from other students from the previous years that I come from England and Denmark again, and so many other places. So it's great to see everybody, and also so many guests that are with us today. Welcome to everybody, and people online who are able to follow us in the US and Peru and wherever they are. Welcome, and thank you for tuning in to the seminar today. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody that has been involved in organizing this REPU year 2023, from people on academic department, on reviewing applications, in people from working on making the flyers. There's a lot of people working behind the scenes to make this work. The many mentors we have that spend so many hours with students. The heads of the different departments of the REPU branches are also working on recruiting mentors and looking at potential students, doing the interviews. There's many hours of work. There are so many people in different areas of REPU that deserve gratitude. So I want to, from everybody, I want to thank them all for their work. This year was a special year in another way. We have some sponsors that specifically help funding for the REPU computer science branch. Epiphyte is the name of the company, and they have been very generous with our students and have allowed our students to come for longer sometimes, and without so many costs that are involved in coming to Europe. Tickets, housing, food, for many months is very expensive, and that's because you have made that possible. So thank you very much for their funding and for their support and for the trust on this project. We are very, very happy, very grateful for that. The directors are, one of the directors was already here giving the introduction, but she got COVID. So she cannot be here. Brenda, well, we hope she's feeling better, but she unfortunately got COVID like 2 days ago, and she could not be here. And anyway, so we have been working very hard for this to work. Yesterday we've been working on preparing some of the food, boiling the chicken, preparing the slides. So there's a lot of work that has been going on with all of the students that are here presenting today. So beyond your science, also thank you for your commitment and your goodwill working together with all the little details of the seminar. We have a very special guest today. We have Marcos Zuniga, who is a professor in the University of Delft in the Netherlands, who is going to open up and start with a presentation for this REPU seminar. And we are very happy to meet him, to have him here, to have him interact with the students. We are very excited to listen to this talk. And we are looking forward to seeing him today, and also in many other talks. Hopefully we'll have more kind of interactions. So he's going to talk to us about his talk, comunicación inalámbrica con luz natural.
Yes, the talk will be in English.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Bill. Let me put my timer here, make sure that. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation. We have Daniela and Chiara in my lab, and it will be a pleasure. So I just want to start this talk by expressing my gratitude to REPU in particular Ricardo, who is there, and Miguel, who is advising them. Okay, so just a little bit about me. Yes, I'm a professor at Telville. I was born in Arequipa. I did electronics engineering in La Católica in the book. Then I went for my master's and PhD in California. Then I went to a research lab in New York. Then I spent a little bit of time in Ireland. My daughter was born in Ireland. Then I came to Germany. My son was born in Germany, and now I'm in the Netherlands, and we're very happy to be there. So this is slide. I want to explain to you roughly what this talk is going to be about. It has three main components, and they also match roughly with my academic career. So let me explain it in this way. Let's assume that you're in that chair. You're sitting there, you're super comfortable, you have your laptop, and now when you want data, most of it is coming from your Wi-Fi station, radio signal. So at this moment, in this place, we have a Wi-Fi there that is sending all these ones and zeros, right? So all the videos, text that you have there are converted into ones and zeros. And if your eyes would be able to see radio communication, you will see that station radiating a lot of energy. But there are some issues with that technology that we are going to see. So for the last 10 years, there has been a new technology called visible light communication. So what do? Is these lights that you see there, they not only provide illumination, but they can give you internet data as well. So you just have your light, you open, you're reading your book, and then all of a sudden you bring your phone, and that same light can send you all the data that you need. Okay? So that's part two. Now, but what we are doing, and this is something that Miguel is not here yet, but we said, these two technologies have an issue. We would need energy. So what we are saying is, why don't we use sunlight? Why don't we have that window that you're seeing there? And then on one side of the window has sunlight, and then we are going to create ones and zeros. Your eyes will not see that, but then that window will be equivalent to your Wi-Fi. So how can we achieve that? How can we take advantage of that source of power to transmit wireless data? So roughly those are the three components of the talk. Okay, before we start, everybody that becomes a professor knows that the work will not be possible without PhD students. They actually do a lot of the work. You just need to come up with ideas, get funding, and then a lot of the wonderful things that happen thanks to them. This is my group. I have 5 PhD students now, 10 students for a master's, and well, Daniela and Chiara, who are just finished a bachelor, they're also here. Miguel is from Peru, and then he's also going to be here in a few moments. Okay, part one. How did we get to Wi-Fi? So here, first, I want to do a tiny test. Let me see. I want to see how many of you recognize this sound. You recognize? The more you laugh, the older you are. Right. So how many of you are under, let's say, 28? Younger than 28. Yeah. So for you guys, maybe you have seen these in memes, TikTok, like it's a turtle, you're too slow. Why is it important to show this? Because the first internet transmission that happened in California was in 1969. Okay. So for 30 years, since 1970 until the 2000, what happened is that only 5% of the world was connected to the internet. And we had to connect a cable. That sound that you heard there was the dial-up mode. So we have very few people consuming very little data, 50 kilobits per second. That's nothing. Now, what happens around the 2000? Wi-Fi radio technologies exploded. And so now we have 60% of the population of the world connected to the internet, showing a lot of information. Not only that, we have something called the Internet of Things that is also connecting wirelessly. So what is the problem? Well, actually, not a problem. For many of you, it's good. I am old. So, for example, when I I like a song and I wanted to know the title of the song, I had to remember how it was and then go and embarrass myself in front of somebody trying to sing it. Right? And maybe that person will say, or the song is now you have Shazam. How many of you have used Shazam? I guess. Oh, no, some of you. It's wonderful, right? You take your phone out and then it recognizes the song immediately. A wonderful app. It's almost like magic. It's sort of like there that I saw it. Also, dating has become much easier. Well, my wife is not here, but we have to go ask the person, hey, do you want to be my boyfriend? No, and then you embarrass yourself. Now it's much easier also today. So all these apps that have come, all of them rely on wireless communication. Now, there's also the Internet of Things. So what does that mean? Before the internet was just to connect people, us together. But then somebody said, hey, but there are a bunch of things out there that we would like to connect as well. So for example, I would like this chair to have sensors, so when I sit down, it can control my posture. I would like to have a sensor in my plant, so when it's thirsty and need more water, I would like to put some more water. And I will give you one example that happened in Australia that I think is nice. So you see those cows, and they have like a collar, right? A special one there. It's a special sensor that creates a virtual fence. In Australia, they have a lot of cattle. It's a big part of their economy, and it's an open land. So building fences is very expensive. So what do? And here you will see this video. That line is just a virtual fence. And that you will see that the cows do not cross it. Ever. So what happens is that that collar has a GPS, and it also has a speaker. So when the cow is getting close to that line, there's a sound, and then the cow knows that it should not go there. What does that mean? That that Australian farmer could be in New York or could be here with us in Düsseldorf and control all his cattle remotely from his farm. Right? That's the Internet of Things. Now, a couple more things. I will show you also one thing that I did as part of the research when I was working on radio signal. But first, that one on top, it's Heineken, so it's the most famous beer company in the Netherlands. And they did a nice experiment. So outside the main train station, you would come out and you would just see that table and the bottles on top of it. So most people didn't do anything, but some people grabbed the bottle, and it was a smart bottle, had sensors. So what did it do? What it did was, you see the lid of the bottle actually was like a compass. So if you grab it, it started vibrating and showing you a given direction. So some people started following that direction through the city of Amsterdam. And what it did is it guided you from the Amsterdam train station to the Heineken experience, which is sort of a museum for Amsterdam, and there people will be welcome. Right? Now, this last work is something that I was leading in the Netherlands. And then first, you put in context. Yeah. There's a museum, it's a Nemo museum, it's the biggest museum in the Netherlands, it's mainly for kids. But they didn't know which one of the exhibitions that they had were the most important, how many kids were going. So they said, hey, could you please start tracking this? So we just developed some small bracelets that kids could put on them, and we could track them and see which of the exhibitions were the most popular. So for example, here, you will see, these are some of the kids with the bracelet. You will see that they start moving. And at one point, if you wanted to see how much was the demand of the exhibition, you could go and start tracking. So in this plot right here, we were able to tell the people in the museum, hey, these part of the exhibitions are the ones that are drawing more attention. This is maybe how you could think about redesigning your museum. So, key point, key message. Over the last 20 years, wireless communication has exploded. Okay? So, now we are going to go into the second part of the talk. So remember when I showed that chair and I said wireless communication, and then I told you that there was going to be a light bulb that could start transmitting all that information to you. Now we are entering that part. So for my PhD and some part of my postdoc, I did work on radio signal, and then I started switching to this domain. So this is what happens. You could see a spectrum, so radio signal, you have a highway. But that highway is getting very crowded. If your eyes will be able to see radio signal, you will see something that is crazy because cellular networks, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, LoRa, all these technologies rely on the radio spectrum. And it's just the same as a highway getting crowded or too many people talk. What is the problem with that? Well, there's a very big problem. So this is the spectrum distribution in the United States. Every single country has a map like this, right? Germany, the Netherlands, Peru. And you can see that it's pretty crowded. All these little colors and boxes says, for example, that at one point, cellular networks are going to be here for one company, for another company, Wi-Fi is somewhere there, and all this is crowded. Now we'll do a change. Let's see if you see that change. Did you see what happened there? There was a change? No? Let's see. Okay. Let me see. So the only thing that happened, this little box here, was just changing. That is the US sea land. A few years ago, it was sold for 80 billion. Okay, you may be thinking, well, I'm not sure if that's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. With that amount of money, you could buy the 3 most expensive airlines in the world and still have cash there. That's what happens. Our demand for wireless, every time you download a video that you send text, is creating such a high demand that because of economics, that bandwidth, that space in the air that we need to transmit data is getting increasingly expensive. Right? So all these bits that we are sending, that little portion is more expensive than the airlines that we have, the 3 most important airlines. So what did researchers say? They say, well, from a physics perspective, there's not much difference between radio signal, which are an electromagnetic signal, from light signal, right? The ones that you can see. Human eyes can see light, human eyes cannot see radio, but from a physics perspective, they share a lot of common things. And this is an NP hybrid. So how can we exploit it for communication? And this is the key idea. For example, Miguel is going to show a demo, hopefully, and Chiara and Daniela are going to talk about it because they have become experts on these topics. So the basic idea is that let's say that you're at night with a friend and you have a flashlight and you want to communicate with that person. So then you start turning the flashlight on and off, similar to sending Morse code, right? And you will see the difference. If you start increasing the speed faster and faster and faster, there's going to be a point in which your eye will not see any flickering effect. Your eye is going to see a normal light, but a photosensor is going to see data. So it's the same idea of what's happening in the movies. The movies is just a series of pictures, but because our eyes are slow, we see them continuously in time. Same idea here. You start modulating this at very high frequencies. By high, I mean a few hundred times per second, and your eye will not see a difference. And we can modulate this at megahertz. That's how light can transmit you now your data, whatever you have, whatever you want from the internet. Now, for example, this is something that we did with a student in my lab. And this is localization. I will show you what we do here. You see that light? That light is sending data, and on the top, there's a receiver. And we can do localization in real time. For you, it's a normal light, but it's flickering so fast that it's actually sending information. Why is that important? Because when you have localization outdoors, GPS works really well. Huh? That's how we got here. But indoors, it does not work out well. If you try right now your GPS signal on your phone, it will not be reliable. But if you see all these lights, they could be seen as internal tiny GPS satellites sending signals to you. And then you can achieve localization. Something else. Here you see that we have only one source. For GPS, you need multiple satellites to give you just one position. And this is because light has some mathematical properties that allow us to achieve localization with a single beta. I will show you. This is not commercial, by the way. And some of the things that I'm telling you are already being put by companies. This is something that Philips can develop.
Philips has just completed the world's major small-scale installation of 200 kilometers of LED features for Carrefour that contains patented LED-based indoor positioning technology.
So this hypermarket is the first hypermarket in the world where the Philips LED-based indoor positioning system is installed.
We work with Philips on energy savings, and we wanted to test a new service in Carrefour and go beyond like just lighting with using new artificial lights. The focus we made is to just specify.
So that's the idea, right? Now, any light that you see could be used as a wireless transmitter. They can start sending you information, and then you can, for instance, do indoor positioning. There are so many more applications that you can have where lights can be transformed to wireless transmitters. I will tell you a few of them. So here, this is Disney research. I had some colleagues working on this. And then you can see that this is a magic wand. and at the tip you have your sunlight. To you, that light looks normal, but this breast has some photosensors because they use very little energy. And depending on where you go on the breast flows in different colors. So the one starts sending information, and that's how you try to engage more with kids. So you will see later Daniel, Chiara, and Miguel will do a presentation maybe. We were invited to go to the Sciences Wonderful event in Brussels, which tries to convey European research to high school kids. And actually, Daniel and Chiara, what they did is they developed a module with visible light communication and robots to try to teach the kids and teenagers how this technology works. Informally, among the 40 groups that were presenting there from all over Europe, they mentioned that our booth was the one that attracted most of the attention. Hopefully the demo will work. Now put all the pressure on Daniel and Chiara to make sure that they can present the job. Oh. Another thing that you can do. So for example, you can go now into some companies, and let's say that I would like to control the heating or ventilation of this space. I do not need to go into a knob. The light can tell me where I am, then it will pop up an app, and I can control all those things from here. Also, you can try to help people that have some disabilities, like blind people. Blind kids are very good at navigating their own space in their own home. But if you take them to a different home, it's very hard for them. But now, if you can transform the light in your appliances, like your dishwasher, the lights on your screen, the lights on your desk lamp, and all of them, and you have special glasses, those kids will be able to receive all the information to help them navigate. So visible light communication in general is a technology that can help a lot. But now, let me start jumping. Soon we're going to jump into the third point. I mentioned to you that there were radio technologies, then light. And then I also mentioned to you that as my research group, we are planning to use sunlight. Why is that? The reason is energy. I'm not sure if you know, but in 2013, so 10 years ago, we humans were using 50% more energy moving bits than moving all airplanes around the world. That's how much energy we consume by transmitting the information that we have. Radio, that Wi-Fi station, consumes a few watts, and LED lights consume even a bit more. To you, it may not look like much, but what is the problem? I left you to like on purpose black. Sometimes I use the board to explain a few things, but now I'm going to explain it just with my hands. Wireless communication boils down to moving energy from point A to point B. I had to eat something, have breakfast, so I have enough energy to talk to you guys. But that energy starts dissipating over the air, right? Because of the physical properties. And then at one point you will be able to hear them. So your phones, your laptops, everything that communicates needs energy, and we need to move those bits of energy, those little pieces of energy from one place to the other. So that's the reason why we are consuming so much energy. So, well, radio frequency was crowded. We use visible light, which is not crowded, but both of them consume too much power. So what is what we are doing now? And this is the third part of the presentation. Why don't we use sunlight? So it's there, it's powerful. Imagine if we could turn the sun on and off at high speeds. We would be able to have a wireless channel for the air, right? So we'll be able to send that data. Clearly, we cannot do that. We cannot control the sun, but what we can do is, in an indirect manner, control the light. And this was done already, right? So these are aerographs, mirrors. These were used by European armies until the early 1900s to communicate. So the first way in which humans used wireless communication was not with radio signal, it was with light. Okay, so now we have developed more technologies. And we go back to that old idea and see if we can reinvestigate that. And that's what I'm currently doing with many people in my lab. Now, those panels that you see there is just normal windows, but you see different levels of transparency. And you can control them. So for example, sunlight will come, and I can transform my videos or my data into ones and zeros. So I will modulate the level of transparency of the window. You will not see the difference because they will be done very fast. But I will have sunlight coming on one side and ones and zeros, optical ones and zeros coming on the other side. That point that you see there is also from material research. There's a place in the Netherlands that combines art and science. And they develop this material, and it has a sensor. And depending on how you feel, it changes the level of transparency. So if I would be wearing that, and my nervousness will be confused with excitement, it would start changing that level of transparency. Now, look at this. So this is just a normal office. And you see that wall kind of back there. And then at one moment you will see that the level of transparency changes. And now you will see the other side. That lady there got caught, so she flipped down. And now you will see that it's start changing the level of transparency. This is all for privacy. So if I have a meeting and I don't want people to see, I can block that, and then I can open it up again. But if we start doing this change very fast, I can start modulating information. So now we develop these systems. I combine hardware and software. So the basic idea is this: you have sunlight on one side. You have these optical materials that can change the level of transparency. So if I want to send a 1, I just let that go through. If I want to send a 0, I just block the light, and then I can continue, so on and so on. Right? How can we use it? For example, one way would be to create applications like a smart thermostats. In this case, sunlight could be coming from the top. And let's say that you're in Düsseldorf and you want to get data, but you don't want to use your cellular network, no data plans. You just have your photosensor camera on your phone. Then that information could be translated into ones and zeros, and you can get it. And actually, Miguel just arrived now, and it's good. Because I'm going to show one slide of Miguel's work. So imagine if we could transform this panel, we can have our windows, then with some grids, and then we can start transmitting wireless information through there. Okay? And any window that we have, we will be able to transform to the platform. Actually, this is part of Miguel's work. And then what he does is there's sun, there's a little box, it just reflects sunlight, you get that information on your phone, and then you can get data, right? So in a free manner. This is the setup. First, he used some micro displays that use with artificial light. He modified them so they can work with sunlight. So sunlight comes, the micro display reflects that information to the phone. This is the real setup. There's a micro display here, lights coming in this direction. And then the phone can start showing you some data. So you could deploy hopefully these little boxes in the city, and if you don't have internet data, then you can try to get some of that in that manner. Let me see, I have a couple of minutes left. This is a similar work in which we just get sunlight coming to this little box. Big is just this light, very small. We have keyboards and sensors, so you can type data information. Sunlight comes, sends it to the other side, and here we can see that it's saying, I don't know if this is working, but we are getting there. So these little boxes could be deployed anywhere and just work with sunlight communication. Now we'll start wrapping up the talk. So what we have seen is there's radio communications, which most of you know. It's getting crowded, it also uses a lot of power. We have now visible light communication, which gives us a different type of bandwidth, so it's not so crowded, but these two consume too much power. So if we use sunlight, we have the visible light, so it's not crowded, and it's also cheap and eco-friendly. Okay. In general, more scientifically, we have been trying to switch how we think. Radio has been investigated for the last 100 years. This research area is very new, and we are trying to develop new platforms and systems to start working. No, okay. So there's some of the platforms are here. Maybe you guys will have time to show it. So what is our goal? Our goal is to try to see if we can create a world in which sunlight is used for communication. The facades of buildings, we start talking to each other. We can start exploring why, because we are killing the earth little by little with all these communication technologies. With that, it's 24 minutes, 52 seconds. So thank you so much for your attention. And once again, I'm grateful for REPU for the opportunity of sending Chiara and Daniela to the lab. Okay, that's it.
We have some time for questions. Yes.
Yes, I was wondering, since you still have need some energy to modulate the transparency of the materials, it compensates the energy you will save for the Wi-Fi communication.
Excellent question. Yes. So, and now that you have this question, let me put things in context. So the question was, right, so we still use energy to modulate this material. What about, how does it compare with the most expensive options? To give you some numbers, Wi-Fi lights, they use from a few watts to several watts. The LCs use microwatts. We have other devices that use tens of milliwatts. Okay, so several orders of magnitude different. This is the problem. While those devices can transmit you megabits per second, here we can get maybe to 100 kilobits per second. So a lot of the challenge and the research that we have is moving from that 1 kb to 10 kbps to data rates that are much higher. In other words, the data rates that we have now are comparable to what we had 20 years ago when I showed you that sound of the old internet, right? So there's a lot of work to do. It was a very good question. I think somebody else got a question? No.
I have a question.
Yes.
What about the distance range? Like there are some limits on how far you can have the equipment that would qualify. That would have to that have to go through a machine and then through a receptor. Do you see any problem with how much the distance the light can travel for the data to be read?
It's another very good question, and that question has two answers. Physical limit, there's not really much limit there. So for instance, light comes from the sun all the way to the earth and it goes further away. So physically, the intensity could go for a very long way. This is the key difference. Humans see light and we do not see radio. So when an engineer designs a cellular station, I can put a lot of power up to a limit. With lights, I cannot do that. Because one of the requirements from the IEEE standard is that it should not be harmful for people. So there should not be flickering effects and the intensity should not be too high, otherwise it would be a problem for us, right? So once again, physically not so much of a limit, technically there are quite a few limits. That's why in most of the cases, this type of technology is almost the range is the same as illumination, a few meters.
So the sensors that will detect the figure, how sensitive they are, like can it work in shape and just going from the low light intensity to a slightly lower one, or they have to be direct something?
Good point, because Miguel is laughing behind you, he's doing his PhD on this. So indeed, it works in a similar manner to your radio system. So there's something called gain, automatic gain control. You have seen maybe that when you're really far away from your Wi-Fi station, your data rate goes really low, and when you're really close, it's a higher data rate. Exactly the same trade-offs apply here. So you have sensors, and they can be very sensitive, right? And you need to manipulate that gain to make sure that when you are close, you have a higher data rate, and when you're further away, obviously the data rate will start decreasing. Yes.
Well, we're just leaving the winter season, and with short days and short hours of sunlight every day. So I think it would be good if the system could work on sunlight as well as artificial light. But my question is, when you're using artificial light, how much is it's a bit similar to your question, but how much would be the added energy consumption for transforming regular light into a data stream?
So to the first question, indeed, because we work only with daylight, and for instance, in places like Düsseldorf or the Netherlands, we don't have much daylight, we will need to complement this with artificial light. But to answer your second question, if you turn on a light bulb for illumination, and then you want to add communication, it's 20% of the cost, roughly. So lights are very good, artificial lights for communication, if you need them for illumination, and then you piggyback communication on top. But if you have sunlight, and you turn on a light only for communication, then it's a very bad idea in terms of power consumption. Well, thank you very much once again, guys, for your attention. I wish I could have stayed here to listen to all of you. For the next REPU seminar, I will try to make sure that I am there even at least online, but yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
So switch to the next speaker.
Our next speaker is one of the students from REPU Computer Science, the newest branch of REPU. She did her REPU research at Biodiversity, and her name is Phillips, and she will talk to us about control system to study neuronal activity.
It's nice. I'm going to study. I don't know.
Can you try it? Thank you. There's another thing. Or maybe it's, I think it's the one that is actually blank.
No, thank you. It's the first time that you put that. Okay, I'm going to start with the part of introduction. First of all, we're individuals and we usually have a lot of inputs like stimulation, like I said, the light, some kind of information that's going to enter to the brain. And the brain has like different areas and it's going like start to process this information. For example, here, like discriminate the stimulus, then to pass to another. And the brain can make, for example, complex process like discriminate the stimulus. Also, you can predict something based on previous information, also at the same time, like save this information. But if we think like these brain areas are conformed by neuronal population, and neuronal population basically are like neurons who are like have connection. But this also population also have the ability to make some kind of prediction, save memory, save information like this. For example, I was trying to make, if we imagine that all these like circle-like neurons will start to stimulate it, like activating this, they can start to create some kind of pattern. And at the end, this pattern can like save some kind of information. This is the way the neurons usually can make it. So neurons have like have possibility to make like do this kind of complex process. And this is, for example, this is the video when investigators basically
Für Hilfe bei. Was findet den Hast du den Freelancer auf Fiverr? Oder beschwer dich einfach weiter?
Okay, this is the video. Well, basically it was a video when we were showing that there is a population of neurons who have the ability to control. This is a pinball place where the neuron basically was moving the bar and they learned how to play pinball. So that was basically was like, it was from the last year, it was something really amazing. If we know the neurons, like basically only population part connected, have this ability, we don't know what is the potential of the neurons. So what will be basically the limitation of neurons? So the limitation will be more related with how we are going to control the neurons. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to do this. So it will be that limitation. So first, I was saying like we have like brain areas, and they're connected. So we have like a lot of connection in them. And if we try to, for example, only have a population of neurons, they're going to have like if we activate one neurons, this is going to like create like activation of a lot of, so it's going to be like really complex to control. How we can look at there's like a lot of connection. And then, for example, I will say, if they are all connected and we start to make one input, we cannot exactly make that correlation of this input is correlated with this output because it's like always interconnected. So that's going to be a problem. So this is a problem that we want to control it. So that's why this project was like we're trying to create some kind of controlled experiment system to establish neuronal activity to solve these three problems. So the first thing that to control this part of the connectivity, imagine if we put a lot of neurons, like this is population of neurons, and we're going to put some kind of barrier to have like make they grow in one direction, like here. So we are going to be able basically to control how they are growing, they are connected, and we can like avoid this part of hyperconnection. So that's something that we can solve this problem. Another thing that I was talking about is about the inputs. Imagine if we can like basically say, okay, this population we're going to activate it, and we can we can show how this input is going to propagate in the neurons, and we can study more how this information is going to pass and what exactly processing doing the neurons. So there is something also. And the good thing of this is that we are going to be able to have a recording about this activity because we are going to put it in a MIA. So this is going to allow us to have like the pattern of activity and know if this activity pattern have like some kind of information. So I'm going to show how we're doing. So the first thing is like we have like three components. So the first part is that we need to make a recording about the neuronal activity. So we are going to use microelectrodes with this in the MIA. Basically here we can see this is an electrode, and these are the neurons who are like there. And this is like, for example, a recording from one electrode. Okay, the next part is in the part that we have also developed. That is like how I say, we are going to simulate basically the neurons, and these neurons are going to activate it by the light. So we need to create first light, which is going to have the pattern that we want to try to know it. So it's going to be like a projection of light, for example. We are going to project the MIA and make a curve, like basically this. So we can create different patterns, and the neurons, when they have the light, they're going to activate it, so we can know what exactly the neurons are doing with this stimulus. The next part that it was about the growth is like we create some kind of pattern to make it that the neurons, if you are going forward in this direction, they're not going to be able to pass. But if they grow in the other direction, they're going to be able to pass. Basically, this is the pattern. And this material is basically PMS, and this pattern is created because we use basically a silicone that is like you molder, and you are going to put PMS, and then you fill it up and you have it. It looks easy, this is the pattern, but the reality is that when we have it in the department, we don't have the pattern, so we have to construct it. We have like different pattern, and we have like to put it. And we use another material that was polyester. It's like basically we have like a pillar that is going to be the hole where it's going to be the cells. We have the PMS with the piece that is basically the barrier. And we have to create like the final that is this. And this is how we look at the end. It's like this is the MIA, this is the pattern, and it's like the circle is where it's going to be the cell, and this is where they are going to grow. The next part is was like, okay, we have the pattern, and the next part is like to know if this channel where they are going to grow the axon is going to be like good, they can grow with it. So, So basically we use this fluorescent to try to evaluate the flux in this channel. So this is like the function. So with this, what we basically what we have to do is that PMS we have to attach it very well to the MIA, this microelectrode. So we have to make like different treatment. For example, we did a treatment with current agent to have it a good attach. The first one is that the PMS was not attached to the MIA. So that's what basically everything can grow in everywhere. But then we have to do like this treatment with current agent and with oven that is basically with high temperature. And we see in the final that both work it. So we use the oven only because it's more simple, because the current needs to be a little bit bad for the neurons. So then we have this one. And the other problem that we have is that the PMS was like liberated a small PMS, some radical, and this can be like damage for the neurons. So at the end was like say, okay, we have to remove it. So we make basically treatment with isopropanol, and also we work out to see which one is like function. And the first one is like we see like anything is entered, and there because basically it's viscous, so we're not going to use it. And with the treatment, basically we see that the fluorescent is entered because it means that the channel are function because the treatment function. So basically this. Okay, so then we make the scene of the neuron. Basically, this is the pattern. So in this pattern, we are going to put the cell inside. And this is in the day 3, basically. In the first image, we can see there is some neurons. And we have a very high problem with the pattern because the neurons don't enter to the holes. So that means that the neurons start to grow in the surface, in the PMS. That's why because the holes were very smaller, that basically it was like a bubbles inside, so the neurons can go enter. So that was a really problem. But the base was good, so that's what's really good that we can do nothing with this. So we have to resolve also this problem. Another important thing is what the neurons start to create some kind of cluster. If you see in this image, like there is like circles. There's a lot of neurons who are like a cluster. They are like yes, basically it's a lot of neurons who are connected, and they are like create like some kind of 3D dimensions. So they are like this. And also we can see that it would have been a very high problem because the beads are so smaller than the weight of the PMS basically is chopped and they make it attached to the glass. So we have also to resolve this problem. But it's basically like we have to create more area, and I think this is going to be like good. And this one is like the control to see how the neurons are grown. Here also to see how the neurons are basically created cluster and there are basic flow, but this is the day 3, so yes, this is more clusters. We can see also the axon that I started to connect, and yes. And how I say how we are going to make it the neuron sensible, we are going to use like this channel. They are going to insert this channel, are going to basically do some kind of current, and this is all. But this is the summary what I was explaining, that they're going to be sensible, they will have going to control them. Thank you so much. Sorry for making it so longer. Thank you for my supervisor, that was Carlos, and that was great.
Questions?
Hi, very nice presentation. And I want to ask about the type of neuron that you're using. You talked about a cell, so I wonder if you're exploring on a specific region of the brain.
No, this well, it would be amazing if we translated neurons, but they are basically induced cortical cell. They are basically neurons. They are glutamatergic neurons, but it's not exactly from one place of the brain because they are induced neurons. So it is like neurons.
Okay.
But yes.
So are you, another question that I have, are you controlling the environment to make it similar to a maybe endogenous environment because you use your isopropanol? And I wonder if that will be something applicable for the other applications.
So the isopropanol is the first part, like you remove the PDMS, like you put it in isopropanol, you remove everything like damage, and then you have the PDMS that is ready to put it in the MIA, and then you put a medium. And this is like medium to have like all the condition. We use a supplement, that this supplement have like a lot of these how I say it, these properties like try to create, but it's not the brain exactly. You're never going to have like environment equal to the brain, but you are having this medium with have the, for example, the NDF. Yes, so these two are
very nice. And just people to tell what type of electrode are you using?
Micro electrode by 6 by 6. But which one? I don't know which one.
Thank you very much.
So, what kind of problems would these clusters of neurons give you when you're doing the MEA recordings? What are you doing?
That's a good question because my supervisor, he basically, I don't know, he published a paper talking about these clusters because he was in the first time trying to compare like neurons who was going to grow with one kind of material and compare with from the FTD in basically in culture, but this is very clustered. So it could be a problem because if you don't have very contact, the electron only have one area to make a recording. So it will be good, it's like try to create some kind of material who can be entered in this cluster and try to create, try to make this recording of this, but it's really difficult to have it. So yes, I don't know how to make better angular interpretation. Sorry. But this will be a problem because to avoid it, so what we really want is to avoid this cluster. So we have to make it in more diluted solution. So it has to be more like, not a lot. And also the cluster usually happen when the neurons don't attach very well to the surface. So we need, for example, polylysina more or another training like lamina, I don't know, to make it more attached to the cells, and they are not going to start to create clusters. Maybe this.
You also mentioned that they were induced sensors.
Yes, but we don't make it. We buy it with a company, and the company don't want to sell us like what exactly kind of neurons are, from where you are. It's basically like your neurons, really. But also this is not completely. I forget to say it's glutaminergic, but we also combine with astrocyte. So the astrocyte was also in the picture, but we can see it alone because I don't want to show other astrocyte. But the astrocyte also is important because astrocyte usually is like trying to make this kind of environment good for itself. So that's
Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker is again one of the students from REPU Computer Science, Daniel Ibanez, who did his work at Oxford University, and he will talk to us about quality control driven with ensemble for reliable automated segmentation of cardiac magnetic resonance, LGE and images. Thank you very much.
Hi, today I would like to talk about the work we did developing at the OCR lab at the University of Oxford, and about this, how we can apply deep learning to develop a quality control framework that can segment images, particularly magnetic resonance images of the heart. So MRI comes from a big machine that you probably have seen in the past. This machine can scan different parts of the body, but at OCMR we focus on the heart, MRI, cardiac MRI. So there's multiple techniques to capture MRI. Some of these can be a semi-MRI, which can depict the motion of the heart. So there's a set of images that depict the motion. Then we have the T1 mapping that quantifies the condition of the cardiac tissue. And third, we have LGE, which improves the visualization of specific things, such as the scars. So in this project, we want to segment this last LGE image, but we will use these first two in the middle of the project. So specifically within these LGE images, we are interested in the myocardium, which is an important muscular wall inside the heart. So we want to segment it. segmented. So what do we mean by segmenting? What we want to do by segmenting is label each specific pixel in the image. And in this case, we want to know for each pixel if it belongs to a mitochondria or if it doesn't belong to a mitochondria. So this mapping of labels is called the segmentation mask that we can see here in the middle image. So while doing these LGE segmentations, we can come around some major problems, such as the scarcity of these LGE images for the purpose of training. And we can also come around how reliable these segmentations can be. Because we got a segmentation, and we trust it. So how do we deal with these problems? In the solution where we are proposing, we do it by first proposing the data augmentation of the LGE method from other image sources, and then proposing the use of a quality control framework that can measure how reliable these images are, and also filter out these images that are low quality. So our data sets consists of about 1,300 patients. We have LGE images that are manually contoured by 3 medical experts. And then we have pairs of CINI and human map images. Those are the ones that we are using in the middle of the process. So it's worth mention that this is a multi-center data collection effort from different studies across different universities. So now we have our data set, but we want to cope with this problem of the scarcity of LGE images. So what we propose for this is use we propose to use generated DNA images that come from the CINI and human map images. And DNA are an approximation of the LGE images, and these are generated with a generative adversarial neural network-based model. Now, I want to talk about specifically of the architecture because of time, but once these are generated, we can manually contour them again. And now we have an augmented data set that have much more images of LGE. Now we have our data set from LGE images and augmented LGE images, the DNA images. We can actually start to train this quality control ensemble. So the first thing we gotta do is train a segmentation model. We train multiple segmentation models, and we do it based on a unit model, which is a specific segmentation model. We train different segmentation models with different complexity. And once these are trained, we can put the image through these models, and each of them will output a candidate, a single candidate segmentation. Then we can put all these candidate segmentations through a pixel-wide label loading scheme that will output a combined candidate segmentation here. And now we'll have twice the amount of candidate segmentations. What we want to do next is have a dissimilarity coefficient. We want to know how similar each of these candidate segmentations, how similar it is to all other candidates. So what we use for this is a metric that is called dissimilarity coefficient that measures the similarity between 2 areas. In this case, the segmentation masks. So we build this matrix here for each specific candidate, where we have how similar it is to all other candidates, and we also store here how similar is that specific candidate to the ground truth, the real mask. Now, once we have this, we can train as one linear reversor for each specific candidate. The input of this linear regressor will be the similarities to all other candidates, and the output will be the estimated dice coefficient prediction with reference to the real mass. Once we have all these outputs, we can pick the highest value, and this is the final candidate that we will use as output of the framework. So now the output of the framework will not only be the best candidate segmentation mask, but we also have this expected dice coefficient prediction that can tell you how confident this framework is to segment this image. In order to evaluate this framework, we use a 15:85 ratio that is split for the test and training data. And we have to assess two things. The first thing is the segmentation task, which is just see how good it is outputting the segmentation mask. And we do this by using this dice similarity coefficient and comparing this prediction mask with the ground truth, the real mask. The second thing we want to assess is the prediction of the expected dice coefficient. And we can use the mean absolute error here, but we can actually use another metric, which is the binary classification accuracy. We do this by setting a threshold of 0.7 on this dice coefficient. Once we evaluate this, we can have two test cases. Here on the second row, we can see the manual segmentation in yellow. This is the real mask. And then we have here on the third row in blue the output of our QCD framework segmentation. So here below, we can see this dice coefficient with respect to the ground truth mask, the real mask. And then we have here the dice coefficient of the expected dice coefficient prediction, which is these values are really close to it. So that's good. This is for two specific test cases, but we can actually do the same to all test cases in our data set. So we do this by plotting this, depicting this in a scatter plot. Here we can observe on the x-axis, the ground truth dice coefficient. On the y-axis, we have the prediction dice coefficient. These are really close to the identity line, so we can affirm that is a good correlation between these two. And then we can set a threshold on the 0.7 of both axes, and this way we can use the binary classification accuracy, which in this case will be 0.95. To conclude, we can say this project is translating this technical development of segmenting LEE images into clinical use, which is the final main goal of this project. We can also say that generating these images, augmented LGE images with the BNE, can alleviate this scarcity of LGE images we had at the beginning. Then we can also say that this QCD symbol QCD framework can automatically detect this low quality segmentation output and discard them. And finally, we can say that we're shortening the path to confident clinical use and go closer to rapid and reliable clinical workflows. So I would like to acknowledge all people involved in this project at the University of Oxford, including my mentor Ricardo Gonzalez, and also REPU and our teacher for making this experience possible. Thank you for your attention. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Very nice implementation, by the way. I was wondering about the data set because it comes from different centers. So I was thinking it was like, or if there was like a normalization step of the different images, because I don't know if they might be different as they come from different sources.
Yes. They have different sizes. They have, when you take a MRI image, you can actually take them from different perspectives. So what we do is put in zeros, so at the end of the smaller images, so everything can have the same size, and these segmentation models work with either perspective, either really close to the area we want to segment or a little farther, so it's good. Yeah, it's not really a problem that they have different, but good question.
Nice presentation. I wonder about the data set that you're using. Do they use also the descriptors, such as time points, age, maybe the physical level? And if you maybe institute university future projects where they're trying to build the data to somehow correct the outputs?
There's some related values, but we use all of these images animated. So we could also use that kind of information for some kind of analysis, but for now we're using these images without knowing any other information about the person.
And another question that we have is how we divided the data. You use the clean and Epiphyte, right? So I wonder why not divided into training, testing, and validation?
Okay. First, the first thing we do is to implement these segmentation models. So we can actually do this second split for training and validation to tune these segmentation models, but we are not really tuning. We are focusing on the second part, that is the QCD. So we are the models as they are good enough without any tuning. So the second split would be useful for tuning these segmentation models before the QCD part. But we are also using these units as they are, and they are working good enough for the second part.
Any other questions? Not, then let's thank Daniel for a great.
Enter full screen and then
At the end.
Nuestro siguiente, our next speaker. Our next speaker is Majerlene Navidad. She is a student. Actually, she did her research at University of Lorraine. And she will be talking to us about a title that I cannot pronounce very well, so I would let her talk to you about her research.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present you my research project that I developed at Instituto Janamur in the branch of nano-REPU. So the topic of my research is the determination of the spin collable by inverse spin fold effect from relative resonance for spin orbital devices. So going to the order of my presentation, first I'm going to present you the motivation behind my project. Then I'm going to talk about part of the topics that I needed to study in order to understand part of the measurements and results of the research. And right after that, I'm going to talk about the methodology, research, and results of the presentation. And finally, some future steps, which are basically questions that I've asked myself in order to go beyond this research. So if I could summarize my research project in a very simple word, it would be efficiency. And what do I mean by that? Well, all of us know that the main pillar of our modern technological society is almost entirely based on information storage. So we require a reliable memory device. But what happens is that as we've improved on information storage, we also require of media precision. And there's actually a scientific fact that can be seen here in this graph of the Moore's law, which basically tell us that the number of transistors on every microchip that we use doubles every 2 years. So here, for example, we can see a schematic representation of a new device that Intel announced a couple of months ago, where a high-speed to charge current conversion allows this cascade mechanism to work. And in this device, a new question is, how can we be sure that there's an efficient speed to charge current conversion across this interface? So in order to answer this question, we need of a metrology tool. That means that we need of something to measure it. And that is the main idea behind my project, and actually that is built. So what do I want to find in my research? First, I want to make measurements of the inverse spin fold effect by applying the spin coupling method with different antenna geometries. And by doing that, I want to experimentally determine an effective spin quantity, which is actually a quantity that quantifies the spin to charge current conversion. So going to the introduction, what is the inverse spin fold effect? Well, it is basically a phenomena for which we get charge current due to the injection of spin current. And in the case of the charge, it is a classical property of the electron, while on the other hand, the spin is one of the property of the electron. So we can think about this phenomena as being a relation between classical and quantum physics that takes place in a very special material such as platinum over here. And here we can see that it is our non-magnetic layer in this bilayer system. And the important point about this phenomena is that if we have an injection of spin current across this interface, then it will be converted into charge current, whose direction will be perpendicular to the flow of spins, and also to the direction of the polarization of the spins that can be positive or negative depending on the direction of the orientation of the motion of the electron around its orbit, which is basically the main idea behind spin. So now that we know that in order to reproduce the inverse spin fold effect, we need of an injection of spin current, then a question is, how can we produce a spin current? And this is the time of the thin pumping ferromagnetic resonance technique, which is a theory that basically tells us that we can think about our bilayer system as being two resonators. And in case there's no source of energy, that means that we are in a static equilibrium, and then there's no spin transfer through this interface. But if we start to represent the magnetization of our ferromagnetic layer, then we can change the spin chemical potential across this interface, or right at the interface in this bilayer system. And then we can expect a flow of spins from the ferromagnetic layer to the non-magnetic layer. So now, how can we start to present the magnetization of our ferromagnetic layer? We can do it basically by applying two steps. The first one is by applying a static magnetic field, and that way we are going to fix the orientation between the magnetization and this static magnetic field too. And additionally, by generating a RF magnetic field, which is nothing else but a magnetic field whose magnitude is oscillating in the radio frequency range, which is high values of frequency. So now that we have an injection of spin current from the ferromagnetic layer to the non-magnetic layer, we now know that it then will be converted into charge current due to the inverse spin Hall effect, and it will flow in this direction across our non-magnetic layer. And that means that since the charge current is a classical property, we can measure it and basically connect a classical voltmeter across our bilateral system. And it turns out that the voltage drop that we measured has the form of a symmetric Lorentz function. And around the resonance magnetic field, once we reach the resonance condition in our ferromagnetic layer. And the tendency of a symmetric Lorentz function can be seen here. And this is actually the tendency that we are going to verify in the part of the results. So the first part of my project was mainly focused on trying to microfabricate spin pumping devices. And I found that by applying the optical lithography technique, basically a process that can be divided in 4 steps. In each different step, we basically print a pattern over a surface. And with the main condition that in each different pattern, in each different step, needs to complement each other. So we go through these 4 steps, which is actually a very long process. And we get our micro devices that I'm going to implement, right? So here we have, for example, 3 different spin pumping devices that I developed in clean room. I basically done that by working with different antenna geometries in order to see if there is an enhancement in the signals that we get when doing measurements. So here, for example, the main idea behind these 3 different geometries can be summarized in the geometry. And here you can see this big S, which is actually the antenna, where we inject our current over here, and then due to magnetism loss, it will create a RF magnetic field that will interact with our ferromagnetic layer that is under this antenna that sometimes we call coupler effect. Here we can also see 2 connectors, the one in the up and down, where we can connect basically a classical voltmeter in order to measure the charge current that I showed you before. And well, basically that is the main idea behind all these different geometries. But I'm just going to mainly be focused on the full angle geometry because that is the data that I worked with during my internship. So after data processing, these are the results of working with a full angle geometry. But here we can see, for example, the symmetric Lorentz functions around the resonance magnetic field, where we have these voltage peaks once we get the resonance condition on our ferromagnetic layer. And something interesting about these 2 graphs is that as we increase the value of the frequency of the applied RF magnetic field, also the value of the resonance magnetic field increases. And this relation between these 2 quantities can be actually summarized in a law called the Kittel law. And this Kittel law formula is actually very helpful in order to find other quantities such as the effective magnetization. And I could find such value by first varying the frequency of the RF magnetic field, and then identifying these the values for the magnetic field to get a resonance condition from our magnetic layer, and then also by identifying these voltage peaks once we have the resonance condition. Then by doing a graph between these 2 quantities, the frequency and the associated magnetic field on the resonance condition, we can basically fit these blue points over here. And after the fitting, we can find a value for the effective magnetism. And I found a value of in Tesla 0.8 that actually match the ones that are in literature and the ones that I meant on for doing a data processing before my work. So we can do the same actually, but now working with different values for the DC current. And here you cannot see it so clear because the voltage peaks that we have are very small compared to the scale that I'm showing you here. But in each different curve, we can actually see that there is this tendency of the symmetric Lorentz functions around the resonance magnetic field. And we now relate the value of the DC currents with the symmetric voltages or voltage peak, we can find that there is a linear relation And either when working with positive or negative magnetic fields, and the tendency is that the slopes of these two straight lines must match each other. Now, in order to go towards finding the spin-fold angle, we need first to determine other quantities, such as the effective spin mixing conductance. And in order to find the effective spin mixing conductance, we need first to determine another quantity, such as the damping coefficient. The damping coefficient can be basically found, but again without fitting. But now identifying the graph, by identifying data relating the frequency of the RF magnetic field with a line y, which is the y of our voltage peak, at half of the height of our voltage. So once we relate these two quantities, we can see that there is again a linear relation. And after that fitting, we can find a value for the damping coefficient that actually again match the ones that are in literature. And replacing in this equation, we can find the value for spin mixing conductance. And in my case, I found the value for 27.4 that actually match again the values in literature that are either in one and for English. And now we can find the value for the spin current that we get once by applying the spin pumping method. And we can find it basically again working with another equation. And here we are mainly focused on the effective conductance and the slopes of these straight lines. And those are values apart from other constants and parameters. Those are values that we've already determined. So these are the main results of working with a full and gas geometry. And here we can see that in case of working with a full geometry for our antenna device, if we are working in the low frequency range, there's actually an agreement for the value of the spin-fold angle. But if we go to high values of frequency or the high frequency range, there's a lot of dispersion here. And it can be due to two reasons. The first reason is that there is noise in our data, and there's actually something that I saw in the part of data processing. And the second is that the slopes of our straight line that I showed you before, either we're working in the positive or negative range of our magnetic field, doesn't match each other. So that is basically those are basically the reasons to find this expression. But we can see that in the case of working with a full geometry, the full geometry has higher values for the spin pumping voltage compared to the tennis. And then since there's a linear relation between the spin-fold angle and the spin pumping voltage, then that means that we can find a higher value for the spin-fold angle in case of the full geometry compared to the geometry. That is such very funny because we need to identify a efficient spin to transport information. And that is and such idea is summarized in this value for the spin-fold angle. So what is the conclusion of the work? The first conclusion is that the spin mixing conductance has been estimated to be 7.4, which is the one that matches in the literature. And also that a value for the spin-fold angle is approximately equal to 3%, and it actually matches the ones again. And also that in the case of working with platinum for our non-magnetic layer, the results show the permanent layer, that is our magnetic permanent layer, can transfer the spin current via spin pumping method to the platinum layer. And also that compared with the gap geometry, the full geometry gives us higher values for the spin angles. And then working with the full geometry for our antenna in our micro devices is a good potential design for the electronic. And some future steps are mainly focused on answering this question. The first one is platinum a more efficient spin charge converter rather than another material with a high value of copper, for example. Another one is which model is better in order to quantify the spin-fold angle. And finally, we need still to apply the inverse spin-fold effects for magnetic methods. But now we're working with the short geometry for our antenna and in our microdevice. And I cannot end this talk by saying, well, thank you to Carlos, which was the mentor, and another person, and another people that was evidently involved in this part of my research and will help me a lot in order to learn more about this topic. And it's not too easy to understand. And also to my mentors in nano-oscillator branch. Well, that's everything. Thank you so much.
Any questions?
Well, if you have any questions, I'm sure we have a break in 15 minutes, so you can meet her outside and then ask for the questions in person. Okay, thank you. We'll take a minute because they have to download and whatever. No.
El mío era para internacional. No, o sea, no es que muy buena observación, pero no sé, es algo que no es como que más internacionales. Exacto, en mi colegio yo encontraba un montón de gente que trabajaba.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. The last speaker of this session is Jaime Tamayo. Jaime Tamayo did his research, or is doing research at Leipzig University. He comes from the REPU chemistry branch, and will talk to us about his work that is ongoing on oil islands in South Atlantic. Tell me more about it. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Jaime Tamayo from REPU, and welcome to my research project presentation, which topic is the generation of peptide functionalized boron-containing fragments, ions on surfaces by the technique soft landing. So, our main motivation for this study is that these new compounds are potential candidates for using in a kind of cancer treatment, which is the boron neutral capture therapy, in which boron-containing compounds are inserted, and then they are heated. They are heated by neuron radiation in order to create alpha rays, and these alpha rays will kill the cancer cell eventually. However, the big challenge of this methodology is that when you try to enter, there is a kind of a problem in order to conduct the boron into the cells. So that's why new peptide boron compounds are being proposed as a boron compound delivery. So let me introduce you the kind of boron compounds that we work on, and they are the boron cluster B12X12, doubly negative charge, and this X could be a hydrogen or any halogens or a cyber group. As you can see, these boron clusters have polyhedral structure made principally by boron, and this boron bind covalently in such a way that they create the tetrahedral cage with high skeleton rigidity. Moreover, due to the boron nature, there is a three-dimensional delocalization of sigma electrons on all the structure, and then these characteristics provides the boron cluster having this negative double charge on the whole structure. In the same way, they also, because they have these unique characteristics, they also has chemical, biological, and thermal stability, and having low toxicity as well. So, what we want to do is make react a kind of this boron cluster. In this case, is the B12I8SCN react with angiotensin 3 and as well with the peptide substance P, and study the binding mechanism of each one. So here I have an animation how the ion fragment that we pretend to use are generated from this species B12I11 by using this technique CID, which is collision-induced dissociation, in which nitrogen collide our species, and then these three ionides are removed, and then we got this B12I8SCN. And this new fragment is very relevant because it reacts selectively with the peptides. So, as you can see, this is the setup of the ions blending instrument, and it is composed by two SE units, two funnels, a collisional cell, a bent flat pole, a quadrupole mass filter, and a metal surface. So what we do first is we create the vacuum in all the system, and when each part of the instrument reach the correct pressure, then we turn on the voltage for the electric field. Then the peptide, which is in solution, it will be volatilized in order to enter to the funnel in the gas phase. Then the voltage, the electric field will accelerate, and the funnels helps to enter to the collision cell to the right. Then the fragments created here will have to pass by the bent flat pole. Then it has to pass with a quadrupole mass filter, and then they reach the metal surface. So here I have an animation that represents all the process. For example, you can see here that some of the fragments generated don't pass the bent flat hole because they are neutral. So just a species with a charge can turn on the right. Another species that doesn't have the correct mass to charge ratio are take over for the quadruple mass filter and they cannot reach. That means only the cations in this case that have the correct mass over charge ratio can pass and then reach the metal surface. So when about 100 nanocoulombs of the peptide are deposited, then all the instruments switch to the negative mode in order to deposit our Boron cluster. And the anions follow the same trajectory. So as you can see, another fragment are being created, which is different with the previous one. And just because it has the correct mass to charge, it passed. And then when it reaches to the metal surface, it reacts with the peptide. Then the new compound is created. However, despite we can know how much charge is being deposited, we don't know for sure which fragments ions are being deposited. For this reason, we need another technique to analyze this part. And this technique is the LISA, liquid extraction surface analysis. And this is a mechanical technique that uses a tip, and this tip extracts the ions on surfaces with a small, very small amount of solvent. Then it goes to the nano-easy, and nano-easy volatilize the sample in order to they goes to the mass spectrometer, where the mass spectrometer separate each ions and measure them the amount of each one, and it gives us as a mass spec that we will have to analyze. So I would like to show you how we analyze this kind of data. And for example, here we have a deposition from this peptide, phenylalanine proline, and the same Boron cluster that I'm working. So my mentor got this spectrum. And how do we analyze this spectrum? So first, here we know the mass over charge ratio of each one. So when they bind, so it expects that the new compound has the sum of this one over the final charge. So for this way, for example, in this peak, we have around the sum of them is very close over just one charge. But here we have another peak, which is the same sum, but over two, because here we have two charge. That's why this one is the half of the previous. So by this way, we are identifying the new species. And what our future steps is run the angiotensin 3 with our Boron cluster, then optimize the deposition conditions, get the mass spectrum by LISA, and analyze the mass spectrum in order to study how they bind it and provide the future researchers to know and to synthesize this kind of compounds that could be useful for the cancer treatment. that I mentioned before. And I would like to thanks to REPU program, especially Daisy Unsiwan from REPU Camp, my university, Universidad Nacional Mayor de San Marcos, that provide me some fund for the tickets, and the University of Leipzig, the research group of chemistry of reactive intermediates, especially the Dr. Werner, and my mentors, Sebastian and Toto, and the research group of Wagner. And that will all for me. Thanks for your attention, and I'm open to the questions.
Yeah, I have some questions. Very nice presentation. Congratulations for that. So the first one will be, can you explain a little bit about the chemical stability of this compound?
Yeah. As I mentioned, they form a chemical structure, and in a binding covalent by the particular of boron, that it has a kind of delocalization of the sigma electrons that is very different from the p delocalization that everyone knows. And yeah, this provides this stability. This delocalization is like they could form a bond with 3 borons and also with 2 borons, I mean, with 2 orbitals and also with 3 orbitals. And this kind of switch, this is the delocalization that provides this stability and the other properties that I show you.
Okay, thank you. And can you go to slide 5, please?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, I just want to ask about the structure. So, for example, you mentioned it's from right by the spectrum, but actually this binds to the component you're trying to somehow supplement some hydrogens, if I understand that well. So my question is, do you think, because of the chemical perspective, that because the complexity of the molecules, I mean the 3D structure and the electrical geometry, this aesthetic impediment can alter how this could interact with the organism and with other type of supplementers for the animals? Do you think that that will be a problem in the future?
Well, I don't know so much about the biological properties. Just I mentioned what I found as a reference. Now we are more interested in how what's the mechanism of binding, because we are just our study is a base study for understanding. Yeah, but the thing is the peptide could be useful for carrier for be a carrier for these kind of compounds.
So, sorry, I have a question about the mass spec data. So I really have very good knowledge about it, but you showed that, I mean, you saw the protein peptide there, and then you saw the when it binds to the boron compound and it binds to molecules. But why aren't you seeing only the boron compound there that has a mass to charge ratio of 1,200?
Where is it?
Yeah, where do you see also like just the signal for only the boron compounds?
How we know?
No, I mean, so you have there, you can see that the just the protein peptide, And you can see when it finds the boron compound and when it finds, but when are you seeing only the boron compound?
With no
Yeah.
Yeah, here we see just, for example, here is the peak of the peptide.
Yeah.
For example, but in this case, we don't find the boron cluster. But in some cases, yes, we found the entry of the boron cluster. That means it's not reacts in the 100% yield, you know.
Yeah, but then all the boron clusters are interacting then because you have a peak for us for only the boron.
Yeah, I don't understand so well.
Because there's no peak at 1,200, which would correspond to the boron compound.
Yeah, in this case, no, but some cases, there is.
Doesn't it the peptides first, like that is basically the nice substrate.
Yes.
I mean, I'm saying like it's not directly binds to the metal surface, the boron, it means the peptide first. I don't know how.
I mean, the peptide is first.
Yeah.
Because this it is very reactive. You know, if you put this first, it could react with anything. That's why the peptide is first, and just they conserve its charge on the surface. The surface is useful just for attach. Then when the boron cluster is deposited, then they bind.
Yeah, okay, so my question is also like a follow-up. So is this spectrum enough to confirm that the boron cluster and this peptide bind, or do you need like additional steps for confirmation? And my question is oriented to if that's enough, then I can already use this for treatment, or for maybe in vitro testing.
For vitro testing, of course. Yeah, you know, but yeah, usually this is a technique that will identify so well that new compound is formed. Yeah, but usually if as our study is trying to figure out the mechanism, sometimes we use IR analysis as well, but I don't know how it. I remember. Yeah, when the peak in the IR increases, the same peak increases. It means that there are more deposition, you know, and that's why it helps to the deposition process.
All right. We are running a little bit late, and it's great to have so many questions, but we need to. So here you can either break photos now, so you can look even further in the break. So thank you, Jaime. Now we have a break. As I said, we're running a little late. But we have a special time to hear from an interesting experience that happened in a fair in Belgium. And there'll be a demonstration of actually a little bit of what Dr. Suni was talking in the first talk on how light can send wireless information to a machine. So, come down. So you can need more lights. Probably you can turn the light on. Or fine. Like this is fine.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Amazing. Good. I work with Martha. I just want to see if anyone or everyone here can see the pro if it's done here. No. Okay. Yeah. And you done it? Okay. Okay, we're in your folder.
Hi everyone, as I said, my name is Miguel. I work with Marco, because he doesn't like to be called professor. I will try to present today something that we, with our experience in one science fair that was held in Belgium. So the title of this presentation will be Science is Wonderful, Let's Talk with Life. So the first step I think is important is to define what is Science is Wonderful. Science is Wonderful is a science fair, as I said, where young researchers from around Europe present their work to students, especially from school, starting from starting from kindergarten, but it's like ranging until high school. It's funded by the Mary Skłodowska-Curie Action, which is part of the European Commission. It lasted 2 days. The official languages of this science fair was English, French, and Dutch. And Spanish is highlighted there because we were very happy to see a lot of Spanish speakers in this fair. We were very happy to see a lot of people from not only Spain, but also from Latin America. The location, as I said, was Brussels, Belgium, and we estimate there was 4,000 attendees between these school students. And the total number of booths that were presented there were 46. And because it's a science fair for kids, you need to have like some sort of like excitement or engagement for them. So there was a small game that was, they giving a passport, which is a scientific passport, and they give us, each of the booths, a stamp. So they give, go, you have a presentation, and if they listen to the presentation, understand, you get a stamp. And they need to collect 4 only, but it's up to them how many you want. And this is the logo of Science is Wonderful, and you can see now your cameraman here, Daniel, with the logo of Science is Wonderful. So now I need to talk about what is Let's Talk with Life, which was the title of our book. The team was Chiara here, Daniel, Talia, myself, Miguel, Marco. And the goal is something that Marco already explained that he did here, is to present students the concept of using light communication, how we can use light to send information. And we need to do it and envision it as a fun and interactive way of conveying this information. So we use a game. And the game consisted in using a flashlight to control the movement of a robot through a maze. And I will show you the slide that was the most important for kids. So the pitch will be a bit low level. So you have Iron Man here. It's flashing a light, and you can see the light, right? You can see the flash because it's slow. If you increase the speed, it will do something like this. If you increase further, it will go something like this. Until to some point, our eyes will see this. So if you're a human or a witch, you can see that thing. But if you're a machine, like Vision or IFA, you can see something like this, a pattern. Okay? And in that way, we can send information to the robots. So I would like to show you now how it works. So our assistant Chiara will start doing it. This is, first of all, I would like to show you that this is a regular flashlight. So we have 2 lights. Chiara, show it to the front. It's 2 lights. If I put this here, nothing happens. And Chiara, please. Forward. Where's the focus? What do you mean?
It will be a-
It will be the floor. Sorry. Yeah. Need to out of focus. Maybe. That's all. Well, you can start playing with that. Negative. Negative light. Okay, I can just come back. You try already?
Yeah, we were.
Can you move away?
Too much.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay. We can test it later. Of course, there was
Outside work, you would like work. I think it's alive.
challenges. Okay, when they try, they'll just focus on the challenges because I need to have people, but then we can just keep trying until so one of the things that we have like three main challenges. The first one was the ambient conditions, and like here that there's no light in the science fair, we have a lot of light, and I think there was a question that was related to using sunlight and using also artificial light. So that question, I have a bit of an answer here. For us, when you work with light communication, usually sun and other sources of light are noise. So in this case, I have a lot of light like towards our hood. So I just needed to I started climbing and just pushing them so they target the light in another direction. And then the other small problem that we have is that we have a smaller space. That was really solved. We need to improvise a lot on doing this. The other challenge, well, we have a broad audience. As you can see in these pictures, I have a little kid that is from an elementary school. Talia, my colleague, has a kid from a high school. And Marco had a kid with fighter, I would call. But it was very, a lot of, like the range of ages was very broad. So we need to pitch all the talk when you have little kids, when you have a grown-up. So yeah, that was a challenge for us. Also, as you can see, the picture on the left, we have a cultural diversity, which means we have, for instance, people from our religion or people that speak another language. It will be maybe for people here living in Germany, it's a bit easier to learn German, but for like, I would say, someone who speaks, for example, Marco is living in the Netherlands for 7 years, I think, and he doesn't speak that much Dutch. I have been living there for 3 years, and I only can say ik spreek goed Nederlands, which means I don't speak very good Dutch. So it was a bit of a challenge to engage the kid through a translator, but when you manage to do it, you need to try to speak slower and in easy terms so the translator can understand and can convey information to the kid. Also, engagement. Did everyone see Marco's presentation? Okay, Marco's presentation skills are very, I don't know, like he's probably one of the best presenters I know. And he was very engaged. Yeah, he can engage all the kids at once, and you can see in the picture here. But also we noticed that the kids were very engaged when they were playing the game. So a lot of kids just came and say, "Oh, I like this game. There are balls running around. I want to play." That kept the kids coming and kept the kids for a long time. And I had an official source that says, "Well, I will show the result later." But also we need to. Well, the video is not playing. Okay, it's okay, but it's a video that's just showing how we had a lot of kids at the same time. So in this case, our team, Marco was the first day, but the second day Marco left because he had some other engagements. We need to divide the group in actually 4 presentations simultaneously because the amount of kids that were coming were like too much and we couldn't handle only one presentation for a time for each group of kids. But the good news is like this is just to close the presentation. Despite all the challenges, an official source told us that our book was the most visited out of the total 46. It's not official statistics, but that's what we've been told. Well, to conclude, I would like just to thank, I met Ricardo, and he was the one going to do, I'm a new mentor in this. It's the first time Marco and I are doing this, but we're very happy with the performance of Jenny and Chiara. And something that Marco wanted me to say is like, this project of the science fair could have not happened without Jenny and Chiara. So thank you, Chiara. That's all for me. You're more than welcome to play with the robot if you want.
Oh, yes.
I won't take much questions, but if you want to ask me anything,
Es con luz. It works better with light, maybe.
Maybe we're waiting for the end of the presentation.
It's a shy robot. Oh, cool.
You don't have to complain.
Okay, guys. Because we're a little bit late, we're gonna have a 15-minute break, not 30. And even then, we're gonna be 15 minutes late from this presentation. So 15 minutes, grab something to eat, go to the bathroom. People who are speaking in the next session, please make sure you're having presentations in the computer and that your online presentations are working and all that stuff. So please come down quickly and continue coming.
No puedo. Me lo puedo.
Ahora, en ese
No, es raro. Sale.
Para yo, no,
A la derecha y a
Ya.
la izquierda, literal.
la derecha y la izquierda.
en el hecho de que yo pongo
¿Qué? Izquierda. Izquierda, no.
Este le pasó en la sí, sí, pero no, sí, no venía en número 4, el 5 venía bastante definido, creo yo, porque son las bandas de Wi-Fi. Sí, pero tú estás en esta, pero no creo, no creo, pero no creo porque tienen sonido sí,
como que ha salido lo siempre todo para el proyecto.
El número 8. USB,
no, pero no,
no,
Pero ahí no.
¿Y eso qué cambia?
Eso a cambio de focal length, que es básicamente la luz en lugar de despertarse así. Es una forma de controlar cuánto de luz se la controlas un poco la ganancia. Tiene una cantidad de luz y más concentrada.
Todo eso le información.
Podría ser un símbolo también en esta ventana.
En realidad, porque ahorita tienes ese LED particular, tiene algo que lo proyecta como pasado. Pero en general es muy circular.
Así. Gracias.
Tranquilo, ahí porque todos buscaron la rueda. Hablando rápido, bueno, quieren rápido, la verdad, ese nivel, ¿no?
Yo lo yo me cago. Allá es de flash, esta es la linterna del cual.
Es la que no funciona nada.
No funciona nada.
Ahora, en este no, el casi no
Sí, Carlos sabe.
Pero el ingreso es delegado a analizar el equipo para que transmita.
Sí, yo me tiene microcontrolador.
Por ejemplo,
Pero todo esto es lo mismo.
No, solo excelente, él elimina, pero ahí todo está roto.
O sea, que comparando con eso, es lo mismo.
Pero la computadora que está
no es solamente hace una luz, hace esto, todo hace que haga esto, o esto, o esto. Pero el único que le empieza a dar información a ese fotodiodo. Procesor de luz.
Para el caso de usar la luz del sol, ¿cómo hace para
Ese momento, porque creo que no
que se vea para para hacerse un material divertido? Vamos a veamos, pero no vamos a dar esa información.
Hablar un poquito de instrumento, usamos cristales líquidos, pero
sí, sí, creo que nunca interesaba.
el cristal líquido usualmente responde entre 20, 50, sí, o sea, tiene un tiempo de respuesta lento, pero también, como ya vamos a hablar, es imbalanceado. O sea, el tiempo que se demora en abrirse y en cerrarse no es igual. El tiempo que se demora más en abrir que en cerrar. Porque le aplicamos un voltaje, que en realidad se puede manejar un poco esto, pero eso es lo que limita la velocidad. Pero, por ejemplo, Marco no sé si presentó una cajita al final, ya la cajita que la que él dictó, hace ese cambio de voltaje de tal a
Pero le voy a preguntar al 9 y el 10.
No se ve,
Arriba,
pero señal baja.
baja.
O sea, mira, es un cristal líquido.
¿Tú puedes imaginas?
¿El cristal líquido?
Él está comiendo su pancito y no está.
Sí, el que usamos nosotros es un cristal que tiene metido un material. Se controla la opacidad. La opacidad del material. Una capa así que paga.
Pero no puede ser. Ella es 12, ella es doble sensación.
Sí, exacto. Tiene dos pines que le cambias de voltaje. Y Marco justamente lo que hizo en sus papers, para que más rápido, se dieron cuenta que cuando tú lo haces tan rápido, no cambias entre el estado muy opaco y muy transparente, pero lo haces como un triangulito, uno de medio. Pero ese medio hace que sea muy, la opacidad y la transparencia no sean 100%. Trabajan como entre 50 y 75. Y eso les limita un poco el rango.
Rodrigo.
Sí.
Y no, imagino que está todo bien
al contrario, dicen que ese material lo tienen que hacer tintilear para que dure, y si lo dejas mucho tiempo en el estado apagado, no es recomendable, tienes que hacerlo tintilear una vez al mes.
Por correo me dice, ¿no?
Vamos a ver, a ver, salió a José.
Y más bien, si la gente
ahora la luz, bueno.
No.
Yo lo pruebo afuera.
No.
No te preocupes, no se ve nada. Yo estaba viendo la televisión, no se ve nada.
No sé nada que no
Pero aquí, la de Fran tengo, la de Maris tengo, la de Rodrigo tengo, la de interiores
Supuestamente
sí, ¿qué me llegas? Pero sí.
Rodrigo, luego Ricardo, luego Damari, luego
No sé, no te pierdas. Entonces, ¿qué es
Entonces siguen ahorita, como decía, Rodrigo, Ricardo.
¿Y quién está? ¿Quién es este lado?
Pero más porque
No, Marcos, fue Marcos Zúñiga fue el primero.
Ese es online, creo. Sí, ese es online, eso es lo Marcos.
Por eso tiene su población.
Sí, es lo Marcos. Entonces, esos son el grupo de acá nomás. Son 5, ¿verdad? Ya está bien.
Y de ahí
ya están todos. Te puedo ayudar técnicamente con la computadora, porque es computadora, pero ya están todos.
Sí, yo bajo y hablo.
No tenía los nombres de qué universidad en Perú vienen. Si quieres, puedes añadirle eso. No sé. O sea.
Olvídalo, sí funciona. Ya me di cuenta que sí funciona. Te tarda muchísimo.
¿Sí?
¿Tienes de todo esto?
¿Pero qué batería se utiliza?
¿Qué es este poquito?
Yo lo que tengo baterías.
Física. Física, y este es química, biology,
Triple A.
¿Triple A?
y esta es la computación. ¿Cuál es este de acá? Nano. El símbolo, el amarillo.
¿Dos?
Química. Química. Sí. Y Ricardo. Física. Ricardo es el único de física.
Sí, yo una-
Este físico, ¿cuál es este? Nano. Nano.
Ok,
Ah, ok, ya. Está bien. Nano, física.
25. Estamos en 30. En 5 minutos hacemos otra vez. Ya, estoy viendo porque no llegamos tarde. Y Paola, creo que debemos ser más eficientes con el tiempo.
Sí, ya les voy a decir.
Yo no he sido muy bueno en eso.
Voy a 12 expositores. O sea,
Ok, voy a traer un ratito y vengo, ¿no?
¿no funciona? ¿Dejó de funcionar?
Sí, no funciona.
Pero el clic, clic, clic de la computadora viene sí, ¿cierto? Pero checa, creo que habían dos. Ahora viene a ver, pero creo que habían dos y uno de los dos funcionaba.
Es cierto, creo que habían dos, porque me acuerdo que una presentación.
¿No está en la mesa?
No. ¿No?
Qué raro. Ah, bueno. Bueno, igual el clic, clic, clic del keyboard sí debe funcionar.
Es la de los punteros. Sí. Pero eso sí.
Si quieres lo puedes desconectar y volver a conectar. El Bluetooth está como USB o Bluetooth, ¿sabes?
No, es que yo no sé manejar es una Mac, ¿no?
Arriba. O cambiando de él, si no, ahorita venimos.
Sí.
En internet, no tiene, sí tiene.
Sí.
Entonces, para que lo
Oye,
presentes.
¿crees que mi Roam de Stanford todavía funciona? Hace 3 a 4 años que me lo pero ojalá que nunca me lo borre, aunque ya me llega un correo que me lo borro.
Pero bueno, te ayudo por el día, por lo menos.
Sí. Yo lo he hecho.
Entonces, es eso, ¿no? ¿Puedo hacer eso? Sí. No tengo dos opciones. ¿Ya?
Sí.
Ya lo dejamos prendidito, creo. O tú me dejas que ¿lo hago o lo ven tú pendiente? Sí, no creo que sea el problema de la clase.
Bueno, al menos
Siempre tenía más. Voy a poner tu link.
Ya le dijiste que vayan entrando, ¿eh?
No, puede ser eso, por favor.
Sí. 2 minutos por el sábado.
Y es más ordenado, por el hecho de que es en Alemania.
Sí, claro, no es caos de otros lados. Sí, pues no,
de la noche.
Sí. Ya.
Me dice acá. Bueno, voy a explicarlo.
Aquí pensar el zoom desde acá, porque eso no es
Y hay unos que son
bueno, es decir, no hay nada que lo haga porque estamos. Soy
porque, por ejemplo, el Alemania no es el tema de
tengo que entrar en Zoom.
Sí, gracias. No me respondo. Ayer.
Hola. Hola.
Hola, Kevin.
Hey, ¿me escuchan?
¿Puedes hablar un poquito para ver si
Sí,
se escucha?
estoy hablando.
Kevin, no te escucho todavía. ¿Estás hablando?
Sí.
No, no está hablando porque no se
Ah,
le
no
ve
te escucha la
verdecito.
cosita. Sí.
Ahí está, ahora sí está verde.
¿Me puedes escuchar, Kevin?
Sí.
No te escuchamos.
Sí, escucho a Abel.
No, no está hablando.
Menos desordenado. Como que querían a partir de ahí.
Pero cuando lo pones, no tiene ningún tipo de tramitación.
Ok.
Ah, dice que sí está hablando.
Hello.
No escuchamos. Ahí está.
Hello.
No, pero en tu país no dicen que sí tiene un tipo de.
Y acá no habrá volumen. El speaker está prendido.
Estaba prendido antes, pues estaba escuchando las charlas. En la charla escuchaba los apellidos. Kevin, no te escuchamos todavía.
I'm speaking right now.
Creston.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Ah, está apagar el sonido de arriba.
Ah, ok.
Kevin, ahora sí te escuchamos bien. Vamos. Creo que hay un poco de eco, pero vamos a apagar el sonido de arriba.
Hello. Hi. Hello. Paula.
A ver, ¿puedes hablar ahora?
Paula.
¿El qué?
Creo que se puede escuchar acá más alto.
Ah,
Paula.
sí, te escuchamos bien.
Oh,
Ya
¿en serio?
Sí, ya te puse pin. Si quieres prender tu cámara o poner el primer diapositiva.
Ya.
Yo la parte técnica, tú puedes entrar.
¿Le dejo el micrófono abierto a él o lo pongo cerrado? No me entiendo, no importa.
¿Qué significa eso?
No, ignórame.
Te ignoro.
Ya. Ah, no, para que te vea tu carita. Ahí está. Ok.
Let me see.
Ok, te voy a presentar y de ahí te digo para que hables.
Okay.
Ya todos te escuchan.
Sounds good.
Okay, we're about to restart the second part of today's REPU seminar 2023. And yeah, I know there's still some people time to they'll trickle in a little bit. Okay, so I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Paola Moreno Roman. I was a REPU co-director for a few years. I was also a REPU intern in 2012 of REPU biology. Born and raised in Peru, proud to be Peruvian. Did my REPU internship at Yale University in the US. Got my PhD in cellular molecular biology at Stanford University. And currently I work for a company that's a science education company that's called Polsco, has a paper microscope, super cool. If you haven't seen it, check it out. And I also just started teaching. I moved back to Peru a few months ago, so I just started teaching at the Universidad Peruana Cayetano Heredia University, which is a university that's in Peru. And I'm really happy. I'll be the co-chair with Mel for the second part of today's seminar. And I'm really, really happy and proud to introduce Kevin Villegas. He was nano-REPU in 2013. He's currently one of the co-directors, and he's going to be sharing today a little bit about the work he's been doing at the company that he works at, that's called Quantum Machine. Kevin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paola. Hi, everyone. It's very nice to be presented in front of you. As Paola mentioned, I'll be talking about some of the work I do at the company I work for right now. The company is a startup, and the field is called quantum computing, and it's very closely related to physics. That's why I joined this company after my PhD. The interesting thing is that in contrast to being part of a university or a national lab, being in a company, it is as much as about the physics as much as about creating a business out of the physics. So I find that really interesting, actually. Okay, so the topic is going to be pulse level control of a quantum bit. Okay, so I'm not going to give a big overview of what quantum computing is, and I'm actually going to present something very, very specific, which is related that when you want to run a quantum algorithm, you need to create a circuit that is going to execute the commands on a quantum computing chip. The quantum computing chip is made out of several qubits. And the one thing I'm going to talk about today is the preparation of one of the qubits in terms of calibrations of electrical signals so that it's ready to perform the algorithm that you want it to do. So I divided my talk into 3 parts. The first one is giving you an overview of the experimental setup of working with a superconducting qubit. The second one is going to be talking to you about pulse level programming. And the one thing I am referring to right now is that imagine that, you know, most of you like use computers, laptops. You get to interface with an operating system. And if you want to do some programming with it, you may be using one programming language like Python or C, for example. All of those programming languages are human readable. Nobody or very few people these days is writing low-level instructions to the CPU itself. We have a compiler in between what we know how to write code and what a semiconductor chip can do. So when I say pulse level programming for quantum control, it's not the Python or C level of what we know right now. It more closely resembles the instructions that you give to a CMOS or a transistor itself when you want to tell it like do zeros and one. That's what I'm referring to. And the last part of my talk will be specifically, I was telling you that I'm going to focus on like what do you do to calibrate one single qubit of the whole chip that you're going to work with. I'm going to be referencing to some parts of the calibration graph of one such a qubit. So regarding the experimental setup, so this cartoon here represents a dilution refrigerator. It is actually an instrument and it's widely used in physics research. And the idea of it, and it was built like, I don't know, 70 years ago, I think the first prototype. Now it's a commercially available instrument. The idea of it is to achieve very, very low temperatures. The temperature at the bottom part of this instrument, it's close to 0 Kelvin. It can be just 8 millikelvin above absolute zero, okay? It's mainly used for low temperature research and whatnot, but given that at this moment, quantum computing haven't taken a decision on which technology of a chip for quantum computing it should use, one of the candidates, the superconducting qubit chips, needs and requires a dilution refrigerator to operate. That's why I'm listing it here, because I'll be talking about superconducting qubits. Now you're seeing a cartoon of the chip. Okay, so this dilution refrigerator is the instrument that hosts the chip. You know, right now we have laptops. In the heart of the laptop of the motherboard, we have a chip sitting inside of it. By no means I'm trying to create a parallel because actually a dilution refrigerator is very large. It can be the size of a human being. But that's the idea. Like you fabricate this chip, like in a clean room, for example, and you put it inside of this can here at the bottom of the fridge, where it's going to be close to absolute zero. And what we're looking at here, it's chip that was fabricated at University of California, Santa Barbara. This chip was fabricated in the prior days before this group joined actually Google Quantum AI. So the idea here, what do we see here? So we see these snake-like patterns. Okay, these ones here, these are resonators. And I'm referring to the idea of a resonator, you know, like it has a resonance frequency and it's going to have some oscillating behavior or whatnot. And these crosses here, they actually are part of a qubit. So what we're interested in controlling for doing algorithms in quantum computing are the qubits. The technology of superconducting qubits requires you to have the cross and a resonator nearby it, so that you can actually read out the information that is stored in the qubit. Okay, so what is important is, like, now that you have placed the chip inside of this can, is that you send now electrical signals, because I'm talking about doing some programming at the assembly level, which means like giving zeros and ones and changing the state of a transistor or a CMOS. That's what I'm referring to here. I'm not referring to programming a quantum computer on Python or C level. Right now, with a quantum computing chip, in many of the different representation of a chip, it's mainly done through electrical signals in the gigahertz range. So some signals go from, you know, the control part, which is represented by this part here, go to the chip, and some signals return. These signals are used to change the state of the qubit. For example, you can initiate it in a certain state and then apply pulses, electrical signals, so that the computation starts to happen. So the end goal is to have an array of instructions that actually are electrical signals that arrive to the chip. They change the state of the qubit, and at the end of the day, you perform a measurement so that to know the result of those computations. Okay, so it's very crucial that here is the chip. We're sending electrical signals. And what I'm going to talk about next is about the controller part. So this is the interface where, like, I will tell you a little bit of what we do at my company, which is about creating the control electronics. We do have a box, which is like a physical box, which has an FPGA processor inside of it. FPGA is a type of a processor similar to CPU or GPU in the sense that, you know, it does classical computations. And on the other end, we have a user. And as I was telling you at the beginning, right now we write programs by using Python or C. So the idea of my company was to create this stack from where you can have a user talk to a qubit with assembly, quantum assembly, via the interface of a compiler and an FPGA box. So we have this programming language called Qua, which is embedded inside of Python with a context manager, and it allows the user to write human-readable instructions to change the state of the qubit. That's the idea. The company also created a compiler, which is the translation of human-readable instructions into assembly of the FPGA. So I'm not talking about writing assembly of the qubit yet, but I'm telling you that you need to write instructions for the FPGA. So to activate the gigahertz signals at a certain time with a given amplitude, with a given duration, and put them in a correct order of instruction so that the quantum algorithm occurs. Okay, so that was a little bit of the experimental setup. And as I told you, you need a dilution refrigerator, you need a chip, you put it inside of the dilution refrigerator, and then you need a control stack to send electrical signals and to capture them and know the state of the qubit. So now I will be telling you a little bit more about pulse level programming. And again, going back to this idea of pulse level programming, is that we're going to write some instructions in human readable language, and then we're going to do some quantum physics experiments. So the programming language that we have in my company, it has two core instructions: the idea of playing a pulse or playing a microwave signal to the qubit and performing a measurement. In the language of qubits, you can change whether that's a 0 or a 1, for example, by applying a X gate. You would do that in like very high level, like gate level programming. But when we talk about pulse level, we're talking about applying a pi pulse, for example. So the pulse level control of a qubit is very closely related to the way the physics operate of the qubit, actually. So instead of saying like play a signal of 5 gigahertz that has a Gaussian shape that has a 60 nanoseconds duration and an amplitude of 0.1 volt, you can embed that information and just write play. That's the advantage of having a human readable language and a compiler in between the FPGA instructions and the Python. Okay, so we have all these. I'm just showing to you here that, for example, you can load arithmetic from the user into the FPGA, so that the FPGA works together with the qubit to perform classical computations as well. Because we're using an FPGA, you can manipulate the pulses that you're sending, like modify its amplitude or its length. Like this is a process that the FPGA is performing. And then you can also implement control flow with the FPGA. Like you can tell it to create if statements, for loops, and that is going to be part of the quantum algorithm actually. So this is a little bit of a snapshot of what a pulse level quantum control language looks like for humans. Okay. So again, we're going back to the idea that we have a user. He writes something in Python. It goes through a compiler, and it arrives to the FPGA as instructions, and then microwave signals go back and forth between the chip and this box, and that's how you do experiments. So as I just told you just a few minutes ago, when we talked about pulse level programming language, it's actually very closely related to the physics of the qubit. And what I'm referring to is that when we're working in like a laptop with Python, you write add these two numbers or write a function or plot this data. You're never thinking about zeros and ones, nor do you care about what type of chip do you have. Like all of that have been abstracted away. So that's not what I'm talking about here. I'm talking about being close to the qubits and knowing the physics of it. And because you know the physics of it, you can then manipulate it and then do some quantum computations. This sphere here, it's known as the block sphere. And it's a very common representation of a qubit. You can have it be in a 0 state or in a 1 state. Like the most common analogy is like when you do computations, you can think of a qubit as a coin, and that it can be face up or face down. And that also applies for a classical transistor in like our smartphones and our laptops. The one thing is that quantum computing, it uses the laws of quantum physics to do its operations, meaning that superposition and entanglement are actually at the core of the computation. The fact that you can make the vector point to the North Pole or the South Pole, but you can also make it point in any position of the block sphere, and that state, it's a superposition of the North and the South Pole. Okay, so now I want to perform an experiment, which is the following here. I'm sending electrical signals to the qubit to manipulate this arrow, which means to move it around this sphere. And the pulse sequence that I want to send is actually this pulse here, which is an electrical signal. It's at a given frequency of a certain length, of a certain amplitude. I want to introduce purposely wait time where there's no electrical signal, and then I'm going to play again an identical signal. Okay, so this is like kind of like what I want to get at the end of the day is to perform an experiment where I have the arrow pointing to the North Pole. I applied the first pulse, and then this arrow is going to tilt to the equator, and I'm going to wait a given amount of time so that this arrow can evolve in the equator, and then I'm going to apply a second pulse so that this arrow will now be pointing to the North Pole. And then I'm going to perform a measurement of what has happened. This experiment is known as the Ramsey experiment. And the reason why I'm sharing it with you is because it's one of the steps that you have to do to calibrate the qubit before you can actually perform quantum algorithms. And I just showed to you that the abstraction is to work with the block sphere, but at the end of the day, you're sending these electrical signals to a chip that is actually inside of a dilution refrigerator. So for example, the signal can enter through this, like you can have a wire that is soldered to this point, and then the electrical signal will travel in this path and then enter into this part of the circuit, which can be addressing one of these crosses here, for example. Okay, so what's the idea? How can you do this in pulse level control? Because the the idea is that we're sending electrical signals. That's kind of like what's happening on the physical level, but then the user gets to write these instructions by doing this. Like he doesn't need to worry about like, am I sending like the electrical signal, is it at the correct frequency? With a pulse level programming language, you're going to use like play, apply a pi half pulse, which is what we need to tilt the state into the equator, do a wait, and then play another pi half pulse, perform a measurement to know the state of the qubit, and so on. And that this is the instructions that the user needs to write to be able to calibrate with a Ramsey experiment the frequency of the qubit. So what is here on the left translates to what's happening here on the right. And the end results of the experiments are a figure like this, where the x-axis is actually the time between these two blue pulses here, and the y-axis is actually the frequency of the qubit. So ideally, what you want is that, you know, like this structure that is like convergent lines are centered around 0. So that's what you want to get at the end, to be able to calibrate. Now, before I conclude, the last part of my talk is all about the telling you now more detail what steps you need to take until you achieve like a calibrated qubit, so that then you can perform experiments. Like all I have been telling you about is what you do before you actually run a quantum algorithm. So the ultimate goal of quantum computing is to overcome supercomputers, or at least work in parallel to overcome really difficult problems. What I'm referring to is like problems that as of now, they cannot be solved computationally within the lifetime of a human, for example. Maybe really simulating a very large chemical structure. So this is nature. But when you want to do a quantum algorithm, the idea is more or less like this. You're going to have different qubits, like Q0, Q1, Q2, and so on. And this is the gate level representation of performing an algorithm. For example, this is a CNOT gate. Then this type of gates change the state of a single qubit and whatnot. Then at the end, you perform measurement to know what has happened. That's the idea. But you know, that's what like maybe a computational science will get to do. Like the physicists will be able to be working with a rack of instruments, and again, sending electrical signals to the chip back and forth. So now, what are the steps to get the qubit ready before you actually do this circuit? So the idea is this. First, I told you there are resonators. There are these lines here, and the crosses are the qubits. First, you need to perform resonator spectroscopy. You need to search for the frequency at which this resonator is working. Then you're going to perform qubit spectroscopy to know at which frequency the qubit is working at, so that you could send the correct signals for correct manipulation. Then you need to be able to find what pulse amplitude you need to send, and you do that with Power Rabi to change the state of the qubit from 0 to 1 or into a superposition state. Then you need to do some calibrations for the measurement readout, and you do that with something that is called IQ blobs, and also a further optimization in the frequency of the pulse that you're sending to the resonator. After you do that, you perform a fine-tuning on the frequency of the qubit. That's what you do with the Ramsey experiment, and that's the one I had described earlier. And then you fine-tune a bit further the amplitude that you use to making changes in the state of the qubit. What I'm referring to is to where you're going to put the arrow in the block sphere. And then you finish with some final calibrations to verify that, you know, the state of your qubit. For example, there is a protocol OXY. You're going to get information about the qubit when you get the T1 time and the T2 time of the qubit. And then you can characterize the error budget of the rotations around the block sphere with the protocol called randomized benchmarking. So that's the idea. So all these little circles that you see here, they happen sequentially, but it's mandatory that you go one by one before the start of a quantum algorithm. And unfortunately, at this moment, we don't have logical quantum qubits, which means that actually you need to perform very routinely these calibrations. So this is the graph of a single qubit. And before I end, I want to show you that this is the graph for 2 qubits. Okay, so all these little spheres that we see here are different nodes of a calibration graph. And you can see the arrows connecting them. It's really not serial anymore. There is interconnect between different nodes. And here I'm referring to only 2 qubits, okay? And you cannot do a quantum algorithm with 2 qubits. Currently, we have chips that are as large as close to 100 qubits in Google, and in IBM, they have crossed the 100 qubit mark. And a very large calibration graph needs to occur for bringing up that chip to an operational level where then you can do quantum algorithms. And then you can see how complex this can become. And that's the end. That's what I wanted to tell you. My talk has been a little bit about the steps that you need to take to calibrate a quantum computing chip, which is related to superconducting qubit technology, before you actually perform a quantum algorithm. We are not at the stage where you just open your laptop and run an algorithm. You need a team of people to maintain the calibrations or the state of a chip before you can run any quantum algorithm. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kevin. That was really interesting. Because of, we have a time constraint, maybe we'll just take one question for Kevin. Yep. If you have a question, raise your hand. Kevin, if people want to ask you a question, what's your email?
Let me.
Or how can they contact you? I think LinkedIn, maybe. Oh, there it is.
Does it show up?
Yeah, it was better before, but I think you can see it. It's because you had a white background.
Because
yeah, thank you so much, Kevin. That was
yeah.
Yes, there is one question for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how advanced are we in quantum computing? I've been always said that once we manage to actually completely use quantum machines, our cryptography will end. There will be problems around the world because cryptography is based on how difficult is to solve a password, how difficult is to brute force the password. So how advanced are we in quantum computing and how dangerous or anything?
Were you able to hear that, Kevin? Or
a little bit. Let me repeat it. What maybe
yeah,
I understood.
Yeah, he was asking how advanced do you think we are in quantum computing and how dangerous it could get, right? Especially related to security.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good question. So there is
cryptography.
Cryptography. Yeah. So there are algorithms that can break, passwords, bank accounts, and whatnot, for example. And people have made theoretical calculations, and you require several millions of qubits to be able to do that. And today, like in this month, we only have on the order of 100. Okay, so we are like 5-6 order of magnitude in difference in the number of computational power that we have right now and the computational power that we need to be able to break encryption, for example. Okay, so that's kind of the status. And that doesn't mean, it's going to take an infinite time to arrive to 1 million qubit, because fortunately, if people keep doing research, it's never linear. But my personal opinion is that I don't think in this decade, we're going to see anything related to breaking encryption. We are very far away. And I think at this moment, everything is super safe. Using a quantum computer to break through bank accounts or whatnot, that's not going to happen today or in the next, until 2030, I think so. And the one other thing I want to tell you is that at the same time, quantum computing can break classical encryption. There's people already working in quantum encryption. Even before if we could guess if it's even possible to break encryption with a quantum computer. It's not proved yet. There's some theoretical formula. That doesn't mean you can do it experimentally. So I'm sure that by the time something shows up, we have created a new protocol of encryption that is going to make things safe up to a certain extent. Yeah. So I have another question from Jennifer here. So Jennifer asked me, I would like to ask you about the potential use of this technology. So the idea of it is that it's the idea of quantum computers, as of what we know right now, is to use it to do very strong, like very difficult computations, like simulating the weather or simulating a chemical reaction, for example, aerodynamics, the stock market, encryption. Those problems right now take decades or hundreds of years in the supercomputers we have right now. So you will see applications in pharmaceuticals with new chemicals that will come out, hopefully in weather prediction when you try to predict much better the weather. Financial markets also will be using it to predict better the stocks at a faster rate. So those are some of the axes where people envision that once a quantum computer is ready, that's where it could be used.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you to everyone who asked those questions. And we're going to transition to the next speaker. But thanks, Kevin. Bye. Just so he can hear. Okay, now just a link. Okay.
Okay, up next we have Rodrigo Madrid. He is from home university in Peru, is Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, and his REPU internship university is University of Lorraine, right, in France. And he is another REPU 2023. He'll be sharing his research he's been doing in the last few weeks. So go ahead, Rodrigo.
Today I will present my research that is called final calculation for cobalt platinum full velocity. So what I'm talking about today, first I'm going to talk about the motivation, some basic concepts, methodology, finally some future steps and acknowledgement. So first, as we all know, data is growing exponentially. And this presents some challenges in organizations of all types. For example, one of these challenges are related to the cost and complexity of storing and retrieving large amounts of data. So the idea of this is that, for example, traditional storage systems, like for example, hard disk drives or solid state drives, are reaching the limits in terms of capacity and also performance. So there is something to do here, and that is why spintronics comes in on topic. So the idea is that spintronics, unlike the traditional electronics that uses the charge of electrons, but spintronics uses the spin of electrons to store and process data in a more energy efficient way. So basically, what you can do here is you can produce new types of memories, for example, magnetic random access memories that unlike the typical dynamic random access memory, it is non-volatile. So what we can say here is that, for example, our computer uses this type of memories, that the RAMs. It is limited by something called the refresh memory circuit that limits its speed. But with spintronic, we have MRAMs, magnetic random access memories, which are non-volatile, so it can retain data even though it is not connected to a supply voltage. So that is basically the advantage. And other types of advantage that spintronic can give in are
basically energy efficiency because electronics can operate at low voltages. And also it can retain more information in smaller physical space because you can get like higher densities with electronic-based memory device. So before going deep into spintronics into my research, I'm going to talk about some basic concepts of spintronics. One is the Hall effect, and the other is the spin Hall effect. The Hall effect basically consists in showing the behavior of charged particles when there is the presence of magnetic field. In this case, if you have an electric current that is flowing through a material, and you apply some external magnetic field, you will produce a deflection of electrons, and this will generate a voltage, which is called Hall voltage, and it is a transfer voltage perpendicular to the current that is flowing through this material. Typical material that is used to for this experiment is basically a conductor, a metal. For the other case of spin Hall effect, what we have here is we get a generation of spin currents when we apply an electric current, and this spin current can generate can induce transfer voltage, which is called spin Hall voltage. And in this case, you use heavy metal, for example, cadmium. So about this spin orbital, this is first. I need to talk about some of the devices that use this mechanism. So basically, spin orbital based devices are basically magnetic layers coupled to a heavy metal layer. In this case, it would be, for example, platinum and cobalt. So what you do here is you apply current to the heavy metal layer, and then it is produced a spin current that is injected into the ferromagnetic layer. This will produce a torque on its magnetization, and that is the mechanism that is commonly used for this kind of devices. So what is a spin orbital torque? Basically, a spin orbital torque arises from the interaction between the spin angular momentum of electrons and its orbital motion. So there are two types of spin orbitals, damping-like spin orbitals and also field-like spin orbitals. So the damping-like spin orbitals consist in a transfer of spin angular momentum between the electrons and the crystal lattice, and this leads to basically to a damping of the magnetic moment, while the field-like spin orbital consists in a transfer of the spin angular momentum to the magnetic moment itself. So this produces some changes in the direction or precession of the magnetic moment. So basically, if you want to calculate the spin orbital, you need the damping-like and field-like magnetic fields. Basically, well, we can see here that the damping-like magnetic field should be perpendicular to the current and also the magnetization, while the field-like magnetic field should be parallel or anti-parallel to the magnetization. Yeah, to the magnetization. So basically, damping-like magnetic field is proportional to the current density, while the field-like magnetic field should be proportional to the time derivative of the current density. So about my project, the main goal is to study the spin orbital in nanoscale platinum process. So what I do first is the nanofabrication in a clean room, then some measurements, and finally data processing to calculate what I want. In this case, it's the spin orbital. So first, what I do for the nanofabrication is lithography, and specifically EV lithography. And why do we use lithography? Basically, it is very necessary to create very small patterns that allows you to create a small structures, and these structures controls the behavior of the electrons. And what we want here is basically we want to control basically the properties and also properties and performance of the device, and lithography basically allows us to do that. And yeah, basically that, for example, we can see here that positive EV lithography can be used with the positive photoresist layer, and negative EV lithography could be both obtained with a negative photoresist layer. This is important because then I'm going to talk about this photoresist layer and how it can affect our sample. And yes, the idea is basically to obtain to control the behavior of electrons by the size and shape of these devices, these nanoscale devices. Well, about the cycle of nanofabrication, first what I do is cleaning and spin coating of the substrate. In this case, it would be a silicon oxide, a silicon wafer. Then I do the UV lithography. The process is a bit hard at the beginning. The hard part of this process of this technique is basically the focus and systematization. It takes like a lot of time to do that. Then we do the chemical development before going into evaporation. Mostly the evaporation for my project is has been used to create these electrodes, basically the first layer. The first layer that consists in platinum gold electrodes. And finally, we do the lift up to remove non-desired layers. So this is for example, for the first layer, and if we want to get a second layer for our sample, we need to go back to the chemistry coding step. So all the fabricated devices so far, the project itself consists in a three-layer device. We have 4 probes, 4 process and 2 probe process. This is the first step to get the titanium gold electrodes. In this case, for the 4 probe process, and here you can see for 2 probe process. Then we get a second layer with tiny nano here. And the same process. In this case, we have cobalt element in these parts, and it's, yeah, basically that. And you can see here the photoresist. This can produce some issues because if we don't remove photoresist after the lift up. No, sorry, after the lift up, we get some problems because if we produce the etching with photoresist in this layer, we can basically the sample can go to garbage. I don't know how to say that. So then we have to do the third layer, and basically we remove some cobalt platinum cycles from here, and we get some we recover the nano here. After doing that, we need to put the sample on a printed silicon board. To do that, we need to do the wire bonding. Basically, we need to set up equipment, do the pin planning for the current channel and the voltage keeper plans, and well, then the wire bonding. Actually, it is not automatic. It is we do it manually, and it's done with aluminum wires. Then we get the whole voltage measurements, and we have here 2 probe cross. We inject the current, and with a locking amplifier, we get some of the desired values. In this case, the first harmonic of the voltage and the second harmonic of the voltage. After doing that, we need to do the data processing to obtain the damping light and feel like magnetic fields. So this is basically data processing. It was done with Python. The idea of this is to get the first and second harmonics with the whole voltage measurements. We do the feed of both plots, and then we get some parameters. In this case, for example, for the second harmonics, we get 2 parameters, and these are very important to obtain the damping light and feel like magnetic fields with the equations that we can see here. Then the program consists in this. We get as an input some dot files that have some current values, magnetic field values, first and second harmonic voltages, and some measured angles of the equipment. And well, basically we feed some curves of first and second harmonics and damping light and feel like magnetic fields versus currents. Get some plots, and finally some specific values, for example, first and second harmonic parameters that are called effective voltage for each magnetic field.
value, that can feel like magnetic field values for the value, and what's basically this data. So as you can see here, of the parameter voltages that we have measured before, first effect on harmonic, the parameters that allows us to obtain some values like, for example, current flow effect, damping lag and damping lag and feel like magnetic fields. With these values, we are able to obtain spin-orbit reports, damping lag spin-orbit reports, and feel like spin-orbit reports. And basically, that's the idea of the project. Some of the future steps is basically when we finish the fabrication of the device, we want to measure the harmonical voltages. We want to do the data processing. We have already done that with some gig platinum samples, and then what we want to do is the calculation of the spin-orbit curves. I want to say thanks to the Institute Janamor, role to Dr. Rafa Sanchez, Demova, Alberto Naon, Eloise Mensa, and also to REPU for giving me this opportunity, and also Constec and Presidency for funding my experience. So thank you.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Question for him?
So sorry, but I think I didn't get what is the relevance of the damping light and feed light torque for the application of heat exchanger products.
Basically, I don't have the specific equation, but for example, from what I understood here is that with one of these magnetic fields, you can control the switching of the magnetic moment. And with the other, you can control the recession of the magnetic moment. And if you can control this, you can create spin-orbit based devices. These kind of devices allow you to create, to develop some different-based memories. So that is the idea of obtaining this value.
So it's sorry.
Yeah.
So it's like you control the speed of the information, how it goes. Or
Basically the how you can process the information, but with spin instead of electrons.
And what is more relevant? And what could be more relevant? So the damping or the field light?
I'm sorry.
Which one will be more relevant if you want like a more speed?
It depends on well, actually you need both, because with one you control the switching, and with the other the precision. So basically you need both, but from what I know is that some specific materials you have like a more one component is like more it's like stronger than the other. So that's the idea of doing this study, like which materials for what with which materials we can do this kind of device.
So that's why you have this multi-layer geometry.
Yeah. Basically.
More questions for Rodrigo? Thank you so much. Oh, wait, there's one more question.
So basically the first order and second order corresponds to the harmonic voltage.
Yes.
There's one of which corresponds to each damping line or beam line.
No.
Or both give us the information.
Both give us the information because, for example, in this case, I obtain this. In this case, this is the first consequence of the feeding of the system harmonic voltage. These values I can have a configuration right here, but no, actually this one and this is for the first one and this is for the third. No. Yeah, this is for the second one. Yeah, what I do here is to mesh these specific values, the field like magnetic field and magnetic field. I obtain these is the what we want that I want to calculate spin orbit with both components. So basically, I need both to get to this point. Yes. Moreno is a, it depends on the material. So for some specific cases, my supervisor getting this information. But basically, getting this information from the data calculated the numbers for like, I think it was in the article like this yes, you know, no, in the article of this published and the other entire part of basically I think from the article of this person published. So this was I think this was for us not this was dependent on the material, I guess.
Thank you so much, Romeo. Next, we have Ricardo Parra. Okay, next we have Ricardo Parra. As I said, he's home university in Peru, is Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería, UNI, and his REPU internship university is University of Luxembourg. And he will be sharing about the research he's done as a physics, REPU physics 2023.
Good morning to everyone, or good afternoon. I'm Ricardo Parra, and I will present the work titled Regarding Neural Networks for Protein Potential for Multifunctional Type Binding. This project I have been doing it at the University of Luxembourg with my tutor, Dr. Leonardo Medrano. So first, a bit of context, a bit introduction to quantum mechanics. So what is quantum mechanics? It boils down to the solution of the Schrödinger equation that describes the state of a quantum particle, such as electrons, and present in an atom, in a molecule, or in a solid. This is the basic Schrödinger equation, where we have the dependence on time and of the space, the coordinates. So we have the kinetic energy term, the potential energy term, and the wave function, which is the one that describes the state of the said particle. So if we do a separation of variables, where we can separate the radial part to the temporal part, we get to the only coordinate dependent Schrödinger equation, where we have this time independent wave function, and these two, the kinetic energy term and the potential energy term, is called the Hamiltonian. And with that, we can get the total energy, which is the one that one of the most important parts of the wave function, the Schrödinger equations. And so this is only for one particle. But what about many body systems? The famous three-body problem, for example, where we cannot get an analytical solution. So we can use, for example, a numerical approach, which is the density functional theory, also called DFT. And in this case, for an atom, we can set, instead of considering a lone electron or many electrons within a system, we can define the density of the electron density, where we change many body problem to an electron density around a core. So that helps with our calculations. Now, we have here we have a problem with DFT. Even though it gets good results, it has a high computational cost, which means that we can get results, but it gets a lot of time to do these calculations. So what we can do is do approximations that have less computational cost, but also have less accuracy. We have here for example, we have semi-empirical methods such as DFTV or DFXTV and so on. For us, we will use the approximation called DFTV. Where, for example, we have here the calculation that can be in a realistic time frame for DFT, and this is what we can do with DFTV. The problem is, as I said, it's an approximation. So the solution, so since we have this semi-empirical method, this approximation, we separate the total energy of these electrons. We separate it in these parts. And in our case, this repulsive energy, which is the energy that we are going to study in this work, is defined as this complex equation. So we have a problem. The FTV introduces errors. So we must improve this. We can improve this through using machine learning. So we get better results. So what is machine learning? Machine learning can be used to solve these computational methods. And in traditional programming, for example, we create a program and then we input data and we get a result. In machine learning, it's not the same process. We do is we give the data and we give the output, and through machine learning, the program helps to do their own program that helps to recognize all of this problem and solve it. So basically, it's like telling to a child, like this is, you show a picture of a car, so you tell them this is a car, and they themselves will figure out what is a car. So in this case, the solution for improvement of accuracy on DFTV are these machine learning support fields, which are a tool for solving complex equations. So in this case, the machine learning support fields learn the relationship from AB initial reference data. So we first get some, for example, in this case, DFT calculations, and then through fingerprinting, we get the numerical fingerprints of forces, and then we get the training data set, and with this data set, through machine learning, we get forces that will help us to determine the energy. So there have been previous attempts to improve this prediction of DFTV with the help of machine learning. One of them was done in the department where I have been doing the internship, which was made by Store and members of this research group, where they used SNET, deep neural networks, to improve the accuracy for prediction in this repulsive energy in DFTV. We have here the example. This PW is pairwise repulsive energy. This is a DFTV only approximation, and we have here the mean absolute error. And through neural networks, we can see that all across the board we have been an improvement of the errors. So less error in the prediction of all of these properties. And so the main goal is to apply equivalent neural networks to predict DFTV repulsive potentials for accurate calculations of physicochemical properties of molecules and materials. So I've mentioned equivalent neural networks. So what is equivalence? So the equivalence is a property to function with respect of a transformation. I will teach with an example, which will be more understandable. So let's say we have this image of a butterfly, a colored butterfly. So we want it to be in the end to be inverse, so upside down and without any color. So we can apply first a function that transforms into black and white, and then we can change the coordinates, and we get this result. What we can also do is first change the coordinates and then apply the function that gets to the same result. This is basically the definition of equivalence. So the equivalent intensive neural network that I use is Allegro, which is an equivalent only neural network that imitates locality. So in this case, the data set that we are using has to have the following input values on groups, concentration energies, atomic forces, atomic competition, and the lattice set if it's a parallel system. So here we have the structure. So what this program does is it takes a two-body program, and through layers they get to the output of the energies and also the forces. So I talked about the dataset. The dataset is important. Here is the dataset that I use for my work is the QM7X dataset. So where it's created through 5 different steps. So with these 7 heavy items, we create a sampling of isomers, and then through optimization of DFTV, so this is functional theory, we get this optimized structure, and then with this we create, we generate more and more molecular structures, and then again through quantum mechanical calculations we get 42 physical chemical properties which constitute the chemical mixed data. So here we have the results. So what we found, for example, here we have the mean absolute error for energies, the mean absolute error for forces. And we have here, for example, the result that went from the previous paper that I mentioned. And here we have the method that I have been doing. We can see that there is less error for both energies and forces, even if we have using smaller training sets. For example, and we see here that we have 1 calorie per mole and 1 kilocalorie per mole on Armstrong for forces. This is like the standard maximum mean absolute error that this prediction must have in order to be acceptable. We can see that even with smaller data sets, for example, in a we use 20,000, we get to 10,000, we get even to less than the threshold. So here we have also all the predicted energies versus now the energy versus the predicted energies. In Allegro, we can see there is a perfect correlation of the energies and the predicted energies are the same. It should follow perfect y equal x slope, such as plotted here. And we can see that for Allegro, the larger the data set, we get better results. We get closer and closer to this linear fit. So here we have also, for example, the error distribution that improved with the larger training data. We have seen here the energy error, and we have how many molecules that we predicted have this energy error, and we see that the larger the data set, there is more and more molecules that have less error. The same happens with absolute error distribution for forces. So why do I use absolute error? Is because in the forces we have vectors, we don't have scalars. So what we do is only we only use like this absolute error distribution and not this complete error distribution. And so in conclusion, the equivalent we have used help improve the prediction of energies and forces, and the latest data training. The better the prediction for energies for both energies and forces, and after the training is done, one can use this program to predict other properties, such as the structure or thermal properties. It depends on what we want to do. I would like to thank my supervisor Leonardo here for getting me through this whole project, and also to the whole theoretical chemistry physics group of the University of Luxembourg, because they led me to contribute this research, and all of them contribute at least a bit on my research. Thank you.
So much. Any questions?
Okay, good presentation. Yeah, I have 2 questions. The first one is what is the physical meaning of DFT?
So DFT is basically the function of theory. What it does, it transforms this many body problem, which is not really solvable to normal means, into a density which is the place around the, let's say, the nucleus of an atom, and that allows us to do numerical calculations to solve the Schrödinger equation through the constant formulation. So it's just an numerical approach that helps us to solve this. And well, when we solve the Schrödinger equation, we get all the energy, the forces, the wave function, all of that.
So it's an equation.
No, it's a formulation. So we define. So we have here, we see that we have here the time-dependent wave function, right? And with this, we define the electron density. And this electron density will give us a new formulation, which is the constant formulation of the Schrodinger equation. With that, that transforms that where we don't no longer really use these functions, but functionals, which are functionals like instead of function has you input a number and you get another number, a mapping. So in this case, this mapping is with functions instead of mapping function through a particular number. So you input functions. And with this formulation, which is a bit complex, because really beyond the scope of this work, we get the formulation.
Okay. Where do you think the errors decrease when the data set increase?
So basically, it's because the more examples the machine has to learn, the better. I will do like an analogy. Like if you have a kid and you show him a picture of let's say a Volkswagen, like this classic Beetle Volkswagen, and then you show him a picture of a Toyota. You say these are both cars. Okay, he will learn, but if throughout his life he is just learning with this tool, he sees a third car, let's say a Lamborghini, he might not recognize because he has not seen enough cars in his lifetime. So when we input like more and more data, the machine can get better and better at predicting. Yes, we have found this is one of the tenets that we have when in a logarithmic scale, we have the learning function. The learning function we have the larger the data set, the largest it should be in the log scale like a linear correlation. So yes, we have here with a level which is a equivalent level, but also with other machine learning methods, we get this result.
With energy, you refers to experimental energy?
No, this is energies generated by the QN7X dataset. This gets these energies, and then we input this, and when we compare it to, so they learn, and then we show they predict energies, and then we compare it to the original dataset. So it's a comparison to see if they can like replicate what the dataset can give.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
And I know you have maybe one more question, and other people, you can choose. You have 3 options. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
If I doesn't slide and energy superlative energies, there are some outliers. The solar energies are 0, and I wonder why is that?
Yes, this is the same question that I asked myself and also my supervisor. Yes, what we have. So what we did is to study what were the structures of this molecule that have this around 0, and we found that there are really difficult and complicated structures that maybe they present like a problem for the machine to learn it. So maybe they need more examples. So we can see, for example, with 5K, with 5,000, we see that even the layer is really big, but the largest is start decreasing. So if we are currently learning right now, I'm currently doing it with 250,000 and 500,000. So it should decrease. It should decrease the larger the data set. It's just that they are so difficult that the machine takes more time to and more data to input.
Thank you so much. We have a great we have for those also have questions for Ricardo, feel free to approach him in your brain, which will be a couple more. Okay, well, we did load up her info, I'll start introducing her. Home university in Peru is Universidad Nacional Agraria La Molina. And she did her, well, she's currently doing her REPU internship at Phillips University of Harvard. And she is a REPU biology 2023. You'll get to hear about her internship a little bit when you load up her presentation over there.
Hello. Hi everyone, we're back. My name is Damaris, and today I'm really happy to show you a little bit about my internship and project I'm still working on and what I've been doing all this time. So I will philogenic deriving in the Northern Andes in the Phillips University in Marburg here in Germany. And so let's begin. Okay, so let's learn some concepts before. There are some things that we have to know to introduce this topic for you guys. So first, we're gonna do this differentiation, woody versus herbaceous plants. So as you may see, there's a huge difference between herbaceous species and woody. For example, the stem that is really strong and it's kind of dry. Usually these kind of species or plants or trees they live a long time and they are really, really big. And on the other hand, we have the herbaceous species that are not so big, they don't live as much time. They usually have flowers, some of them, of course, a lot of them may not. But here's a really interesting question for you guys. I don't know if you've ever think about this in your lifetime or I don't know, in your free time. Could be there a possibility of a herbaceous species to become a woody species? And actually, yes, there is. That is possible, and that's what I'm going to explain to you right now, derived woodiness. So let's imagine we have a herbaceous plant, for example, this flower, and time passes, we have less water each day, we have high temperatures, or not so much, but we do have a climate component that is really important in this process. And now we start seeing that the stem is getting drier and it's getting really, really strong. What's happening? This process is known as derived woodiness. So one of the processes that is involved for this to happen is the fact that here we have the sealant tubes that are the ones that help the water go to the plant, over the body of the plant. But when we don't have enough water, we have a problem, which is that we have an air bubble with sealant tubes. And when time goes by, that makes the sealant tubes and of course the stem get drier. So then, in a long time, we can this plant can evolve into a woody species. So, also, where can it happen? Can it happen everywhere? Can it happen only in, for example, right, for example, in islands or maybe Andes? Well, yes, this is actually a research that my professor at Cytoskeleton, which is really, really interesting. This is these dots that you guys can see in the colors are the dots that are in the islands all over the world. So basically, the presence of derived woodiness species have been noticed in these places. So the reason why they are present or they occur in these areas is basically they have a special ecosystem because they are in islands and they have different temperatures, different soil characteristics. So by time, of course, a long time, they became this woody species. And so we ask ourselves, can this happen in the Andean region? And yes, the answer is well, basically it can. There's not as much information, but this is really important. You may ask yourself, why is this important? But who cares if the plant can become a woody species, right? Well, it is important because, first of all, if we look at this in an ecological way, if you guys know that the trees can capture a lot of CO2, right? So it can help us out with climate change and all these gases that kill our atmosphere and make it difficult for our temperature to stay the same. So this is one reason, because we want to, the reason why we want to know how many of the species are becoming a woody species. So in this case, for example, in the Andean region, we don't have as much information. So we cannot provide or protect these species, and we are losing these species because of our lack of knowledge. Also, it is really important because it helps us out to understand the changes of the climate in these areas, because as I said before, the water, the temperature, and also the quality of the soil is one of the important things that can lead to this process to happen. So I'm gonna try to answer now with all this information. Please hypothesis the question, which is, which habitats do most arrive woody species occur? And maybe it could be predominantly on the dry western or humid western slopes on the Andes. And this picture is going to help us out a lot to explain and try to reach that question, try to answer that question. Because as you guys can see, we have the total annual precipitation, the temperatures, and also these habitats and ecosystems right here that can help us to see where these species are located and then to kind of answer. But first, let me explain a little bit about this methodology. This is actually a brand new project, which is amazing, and I'm really, really excited about it. And so first we asked the question. As I said before, my professor already worked with species, or well, with a site similar to this, but in islands. So we said, okay, which other part of the world is really important, really interesting, and has not as much information? And of course, the Andes was the answer. Then we decided to look for information in BDIF, which is a big data source. It's important to mention that we also do have data from another sources that are our colleagues that are working hand by hand with us in this project. So we have a good percentage of these big data source, but we also have some collaborators that gave us data. And then we did the analysis, which we are still doing in R. Okay, so part of the methodology, and this is also really, it looks crazy, but yes, we cleaned out the data. We had 33 families, 110 genus, and 10 habitats, personally. But we had, of course, to clean up the data because not everything has a good information, not everything is certain, not everything is good for our analysis. So, after the cleanup, we ended up with some of the families that we do have information on their location in the Andes region. And I'm listening to you, for example, this one is very interesting. You're going to see it in a map, the Cytoskeleton, which is the family of the Dandelion. Maybe a lot of you guys have made a wish and with this cute plant. Then we have, for example, the Cytoskeleton, which is the flower of the potato. Maybe you know it, maybe you don't, but now I present it to you. And we have the Epiphyte, which are, for example, like the family of the broccoli. Okay, so this is also a really interesting picture, and this is what I was talking about, why the Epiphyte is a really interesting family. As you may see here, they are mostly all over South America, but there's a special region right here where you can see like most of the dots. So that's one of the things that help us out to answer one of the questions we have, because the first question I presented to you is not the only one, but it's the one that I could assess kind of in this time period of the internship. So you guys can see there is a tendency amongst most of the families to go all this way in the northern Andes. So let's take a look if those are the humid Andes or maybe the dry Andes. Okay, also talking about habitats, we found out that the Páramo is the one that has the most quantity of species families forth. And it also kind of helps us answer the question, because as you guys can see, you can tell, this is not exactly a dry region,
However, we do have this kind of mixture of plants, right? We have this kind of weird cactus that have like some curves, and then a weird and really a dry stem. So this is the habitat of the dominant in our study. And this is also really, really interesting because of the quantity of families and also species, of course, that were located in this habitat. Here, okay, there we go. This is a summary of all the families and its geographic distribution. And then again, I have this picture that's going to help us out to reach this question, or actually try to answer, right? For example, here in this area, the precipitation, as you can see here, it's considered, it's important. And here the temperature is not as high. So we can say we are actually seeing that the families are located in the humid part of the Andes, which is also really important, really interesting, because the Paramo is one of the habitats and ecosystems that help us out to get all the water that we can, to accumulate all the water that we can in these regions of the Andes, and it's close to the Amazonian region as well. Also, I want to point out that we, for the sake of the dynamics of this picture, I decided not to erase these little dots right here, which you can see those are the islands that are close to South America. And this is because we wanted to kind of relate this hypothesis that makes us think. As I said before, there was a previous study of this species on islands. So the question was, why these species are on the islands and why we do have the similar things in, for example, the humid Andes. Well, the Andes, because of its topography, makes each part of the Andes different. So, for example, if we are in Venezuela, the Andes are not the same. The conditions, the temperature, the soil, and everything is not the same as, for example, in Peru. And this is because since we have a lot of mountains, they kind of close this space to have its own climate and its own characteristics. So it's kind of similar as having an island on land. So this is really interesting. That's something I wanted to point out. Then these are the preliminary conclusions. As I said before, we are not over yet. We do have more work in the future. But we can say that the Cytoskeleton is the most widespread family in the Northern Andes. The Paramo is the habitat where the wooded derived species occur, or most of them. And the humid desert region of the Andes is one of the actually the most important, or the one we do have more families in. And here, what's our future work? We would like to continue to investigate and answer the follow-up questions. For example, which ways to write most of the right woody species in the survey area. We do have to do a phylogenetic tree for this. This is something that we're going to do in the future. Also, as I said in this part, it is important to mention that, as I said before, we did clean the data. It's important that we need to recollect more data to be sure about this answer. And then again, the last one, how widespread are derived species in the area. And finally, I want to do some special acknowledgements. First, to my university, they helped me out with the tickets, the plane tickets, and some other things, and also the Philip Margaret University, and of course, REPU for this amazing experience for me. It was really crazy, but I learned a lot. And finally, I just wanted to give you this take-home message. It's don't be afraid to fail, be afraid to not try, because if you don't try, then you never win. So yes, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Maybe we can take a couple of questions for her.
Can the right woodiness happen on any plant, on any herbaceous plant, or is it specific corners?
That's a really good question. And as I said before, it's something that we're trying to look for, but it's not in every herbaceous plant, because each herbaceous plant has its own characteristic that makes it easier, let's say. But here there's a tendency that we can see that the Epiphyte is the one that has not only in the Andes, but also on the islands, this process or this the right willingness in its time or its history, let's say. So it's not everyone, but yeah, we do have a really widespread Aceracea species that have the right willingness. So yeah, it's not everyone, but it can be this ones. Yeah.
So have you found or you seen any species in the Aceracea family that are both herbaceous and woody, depending on the planets?
Oh, actually, yes, because these are the family that they really contain a lot of species. Yes, there are some species that are woody or became that they have the right woodiness. I don't have the exact name of them, but yes, it's not all the family, of course. We found the ones that are herbs and ones that are now kind of woody. So yeah.
I have a yes or no question. Okay. You're talking about herbaceous to the woody. Is there examples of the other way around, woody to herbaceous?
Probably there is. I'm not really sure about that, but yeah, this is one that's most likely to happen this way.
Oh, well, can we even be
Okay.
Yeah, I was curious about, I don't remember the name of the repository, but
Okay. Yeah, the big data source, yeah.
What kind of information is give you that make you map those flows?
Okay. Nice. Okay, thank you for your question. This is really something really interesting, and you can also use this tool, which is really nice. So this one can give you information about every species in the world. It can be animals or plants. So they can give you its geographic location, the quantity of that species in one country, the name, the family, the genus, almost everything. So basically here you will have information. You will need to put that information on a map, and also to know maybe if they are in danger or something like that, which is really, really helpful for us to know what's the situation with that species. So that's a really cool data source. So yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Frank. And that'll be the last session of the second part. Then we have one.
One session?
We have one. Okay, I'll start introducing Frank. Frank is he's REPU Biology 2023. Today he'll talk obviously about his REPU internship as a research student here in this university, HU actually. His Peruvian Public University is Universidad Peruana. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Frank, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about how this very special molecule called IPA is somehow regulating the actin cytoskeleton. Okay, so our lab, which is the eukaryotic microbiology lab, of Howard. We're very interested in studying these types of molecules called hydroxyl polyphosphates, and it's a group to which IPA belongs. So hydroxyl are these 6 carbon molecules in which each carbon is hydroxylated. So there are these very special enzymes called kinases that can replace one of these hydroxyl groups with a phosphate. And the action of very consecutive kinases can take us from IP3 to IP6. So more specialized kinases can generate or can add a new phosphate to specifically the 5th position and the 1st position in a phosphate we call beta phosphate. And we are particularly interested in this enzyme that takes IP7 and adds one phosphate to the 1st carbon, well, to the 1st phosphate, which is in the 1st carbon, and generates IP8. So our lab, in fact, was like the first one that described this bifunctional activity that has the ASP1 enzyme. So it has a domain, the K domain, A4 kinase, which takes IP7 and generates IP8. But it also has this P domain, P for phosphatids, that takes IP8 and generates like the other way around, IP7. So we consider the ASP1 enzyme as like the master regulator of intracellular IP8 levels in the cell. So very recently, Dr. Ravel and some collaborators have using chromatography found that there are two pre-complexes, which is a very special protein complex that we're going to talk about in this talk, can bind IP8. And this is super interesting if we consider like the genetics behind this possible interaction. Back in 1999, this author that I can't pronounce found this relationship between the R2 pre-complex and the AP1 enzymes, like strongly suggesting that they are working together. So before jumping into the research question itself, I just want to make like a little introduction. We're going to talk about a lot about the actin cytoskeletons. So the actin cytoskeleton is like this very intricated network of filaments of a polymer called actin filament, and it's made of this monomer called G-actin. And the actin cytoskeleton itself gives the cell its shape, and it helps the cell to move. So the R2P complex, particularly in the actin cytoskeleton, has a very important role because it binds to these actin filaments, to this reference, and it generates a new branch. So structurally, the R2P complex has 7 subunits. 2 of them, the R2, here in like greenish, and R3 here in blue, structurally or morphologically are very close to actin. And it just have other 5 supporting subunits. So then the research question that we wanted to tackle, or I wanted to tackle during the interview, was considering the biochemical experiments and the genetic experiments, if IP8 has an effect in the activity of the R2 complex. And for that, of course, we need to have the R2 complex. So I purified it in these 3 months, which was a kind of a hard purification. And like as a complementary experiment, we were working with actin patch tracking using laser scanning microscopy. So regarding the first experiment, the technique we use to purify is called affinity chromatography. And it's based on this like very strong interaction between the R2 complex and a protein domain called BCA. So to put you in context, the R2 complex is like intrinsically inactive, so it doesn't nucleate actin normally unless it's activated. And it can be activated by a lot of molecules, but the most studied one is the WASP family of proteins. For all the WASP proteins, shared a domain called BCA that binds like very, very tightly to the R2 complex, like specifically like this. So we are taking advantage of this interaction. So we have a plasmid that has the gene that encodes for the BCA domain and another protein called GST that will be important later. So I put the plasmid inside bacteria for the bacteria to make the protein for us, and then I purify this part, the GST-BCA. Then I put the GST and modelize the GST-BCA in a chromatography column. So this column has packed beads, and those beads are made of GST. So the GST part of the protein combined with the GST of the beads. Then I lyse the cells, so I like broke the cells and like the juice that was inside and moved through the column, and we expected it to bind. And then just like a little bit more purification steps, then we got the R2 complex. Regarding the second experiment, as I told you before, we wanted to track the actin patches. So actin patches are like these tiny dots in here. They are like actually physical locations where short branches, short actin branches are, and they are considered markers of cell polarity. So you can actually see the direction in which the cell is growing by looking at how these patches are moving. And we know that when you inhibit the R2 complex, these patches like stop and they just disappear, revealing like this dependency between their movement and the activity of the R2 complex. So to do microscopy, I worked a little bit generating mutants. but like for a control, we need a wild type, which is like a healthy. So this wild type cell have a probe called like that, so it binds to the patches and they just like fluoresce in green. And then I just took another marker and just make ourselves red. Then, oh, I forgot to mention, obviously we wanted to study the patches in different IPA levels. So to generate these different IPA levels and then to make mutants. So if you remember, this is the AHP1 enzyme. So if you make a mutation in the gene that encodes for the amino acid in the third position, you will inhibit the kinase part. So you will only have the phosphatase active, then your cell will just take IPA and generate IP7. So the D3A mutant just have very low levels of IPAs. And the other way around, if you make this particular mutation, only the kinase domain will be active, so it will take IP7 and generate IPA. So this mutant will generate more IPA levels. So in this context, I just use the same probe in with the D3A and the H397. This is the kind of thing, I don't know, with the contrast you can see it right. I think so. Well, here are the merged images, red and green. So you can see here are wild types in here, and this will be our mutants. And this is the video that we have been taken. They are around 2 minutes, and these allow us to track the patches. So I made a little bit of like a whole cell quantification and then single patch quantification. So for the whole cell, this is just like a little protocol that I follow. This is the equation that I use. Normalized in area because all the cells have different areas for sure. And this type of quantification allows us to see very subtle differences between mutants and the wild type, like the healthy cells. All of this is preliminary data. Obviously, we need more data to prove that this difference is statistically significant, but of course, this is just preliminary data. Also, I made this single patch tracking. This is the kind of the final result we got. All of this processing was done with imaging. So the metrics that we have been using to study the patches are their intensity over time, how much do they last, how do they move, and the mean speeds that they have. So this would be something of the results that we had. This is just for one patch. We were analyzing like 25 cells, each one have like 8 patches. So this is one snapshot of one patch of one cell. That will put you in context. So this will be the trajectories, for example, of the patch in mutant. This will be the trajectories of the patch in the wild type healthy cell. So with these plots, or with the data that generates the plots, you can get your total displacement, a little bit of calculations, you can get your speed. And well, with the patches in each frame, you can get your duration, and of course, you can track the intensity over time. So this is what I wanted to share with you. I just want to finish acknowledging obviously the best lab in the HaHaU. Sorry, REPU, of course, but this is a very interesting experience. My university, because they provide me funding. And of course, my mentor for his teaching and his mentorship. So thank you very much, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you for questions for him.
So, are there any known functions of IPAs?
Yeah, like it's like a very energetic molecule. So it has some activities in pyrophosphorylating some protein and then activating or deactivating them. Studied in mammalian cells, in some receptors, also plants and yeast. Of course, I forgot to mention, we always have been working with a model organism called S. pombe, which is the yeast. That's very particular to that.
Sure. I have no questions.
Go ahead.
So about the ASP1 enzyme that has a hemicide phospholipid stuff, how does it self-regulate? Because one would think that because the substrate will always be so close to it, then if it carries a protein, they would be phosphorylated immediately. It's so close. So I don't know if there's any known mechanism of self-regulation of turning one of the domains off.
Yeah, that's a very nice question. I don't know, but I have asked myself also that. Probably you can ask about.
Nothing known.
But yeah, that's a very good question.
Any more questions for that? Awesome. If there are no more, thank you so much for answering it. Yeah, so that's the end of the second session of today. We'll be starting 10 minutes at 5:20 p.m. We're running a little bit behind, so you can just show up in time.
Rodrigo. Y Darlene, ¿te gusta?
Sí, pero ahora ya estoy.
El siguiente online. ¿Cierto? ¿Cómo es el mercado? Bueno, yo me lo voy a usar. Pero ellos se tienen que comunicar con
Yo me encargo, no, pero.
porque el inicio es bastante difícil.
Sí, me gusta.
Trabajo en branding. Ya está fuera de.
¿Y te gusta? Es que para mí no es otra cosa. Pero es muy internacional.
No, o sea, no estás viviendo en alemán.
No. A mí me gusta. Ella dice que es un poco loco. Y bueno, y es agresivo.
Sí.
Pero se encuentra de todo.
Sí. No, ahora que estoy trabajando hace un año, 3 meses en el pueblito, la ciudad tiene, yo vivo en Berlín, pero voy casi todos los días en tren, y mi casaca. 1 hora. O sea, de puerta a puerta es una hora. Para el pero es pesado. No puedo trabajar en el tren.
Yo también vivo 1 hora, pero
Sí, también.
por deporte puede estar en
Claro.
porque el carro mata.
Sí.
El tráfico, todo.
Claro. Manejando para más de 1 hora. Sí, perdías. Y la mayoría de se trabajar a las 6 empieza. Es como, ¿por qué supo? ¿Por qué a las 6 de la mañana?
Pero se van así a las 4.
Antes, a las 2:30 de la tarde. Que está bien. Pero, sí, o sea, la mayoría de trabaja ahí. Sobre todo como los técnicos de laboratorio. Están a las 6.
Pero, ¿sabes por qué no hay? ¿Dónde tengo que llevar? Ya, yo vengo así.
Por eso
tus coworkers,
sí, es diferente.
Pero
sí, yo tengo una que parece y más.
no,
sí, para Suiza, Alemania, me lo decía el favor, no, pero los colegas como nombrando como de la zona más tipo AFD, o sea, como de gente es un poco que nunca he trabajado con ellos. Sí, bien, ya está. O sea, escribir un poco que me cuesta todavía, pero hablar, el último año los donadores, cuando estoy escribiendo una serie, solamente, o sea, aparte de escribir, dije, sí o sí tengo que aprender eso. Y de ahí en el trabajo, ya ahí sí fue como ya. Sí.
Creo que el primero del resto que yo creo que está en el Porque yo estoy ahí con deberían ser más.
No, sí, pero el idioma, ahora en particular con la Frankfurt, trabajo, que puede ser, tenemos que hacer capacitaciones en alemán. Es como si este año, el año pasado ha sido un challenge. Sí. Y ahí
Sí, yo creo que simplemente que por ejemplo, cuando no hay tiene luz, de repente no se lo juega. Claro. Sí.
Este es el estímulo para que
Hi, Kevin. Kevin, ¿nos escuchas?
Paola. Paola.
Hola, todos te escuchamos. ¿Nos escuchas?
Sí, dime.
Marco se va a poder Marco
No, tuve que cancelar. No se va a
Ah,
poder.
ok, perfecto. Él era el que no iba a poder. Ok, genial. Entonces estamos en time.
Sí, pasas de frente a Fiorella, a Daniel, Fiorella otra vez, Kiara, Gonzalo.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias, Kevin.
De nada, Paola.
Ya.
Voy a llamar a la que vivan en el pueblo de mi persona. No es nada, la gente no vive en barrio,
Yeah. Okay, we're about to start. Okay, we're about to start. We're about to start the third session and the last one. So we'll start with Fiorella Mango. Her home university in Peru is Universidad Peruana de Ciencias, Universidad de Ciencias Peruanas Aplicadas. And she is a part of this year's cohort of REPU Computer Science. She's doing a REPU internship at Lund University, and she'll share today about the research she's been doing this last few weeks.
Thank you. Okay, so as my internship was at the neuroengineering lab in the university, and I've been working on this electrical web signal analysis in response to functional electrical signals.
Oh, you can just click the mouse pad. El mouse.
For the surgeon weights and if it is is
the brain electrical activity. And it's generated within the various neurons. And it's usually recorded within the head scalp and with multiple echoes. And with the help of an amplifier, we can track the potentials for each electrode. And the advantages of the electric program is that it's not invasive. And we can measure real-time data, and therefore we can see the response to a stimulus. And also in neurorehabilitation, it's commonly used as functional electrical stimulation. And specifically treatment that applies small electrical charges to muscles and nerves and helps to recover them. For people that have suffered spinal cord injury or the muscle fracture within the years. In this case, it causes the stimulation through the electrode and it activates nerves that produce a fluid movement in the leg. So it produces a dorsiflexion and reversion. And once the stimulation is stopped, and now it will move the fluid. This tablet is supposed to be the ground. So this helps a lot in this scenario of people who have difficulty walking through the footbridge. And also, as the functional electrical stimulation is an assistive technology, and it has been used for people with spinal cord injury. And Lyons Neuroneural have elaborated already a pilot study of a fall prevention system for elderly people and how this difficulty of walking into cooking. So this is the consistent in the use of a millimeter wave radar sensor as an assistive device in the scenario of spirit working. And bearing that in mind, the next step for this project is to use functional electrical stimulation to prevent the falling and the foot drop and predict the probability of falling. Now, can the fall prediction algorithm be improved by analyzing the brain activity? For this, we have to first we have to acquire the data, but also in the process, in the signal processing of the data, we encounter with the event-related potentials. So the event-related desynchronization in this case, we can detect it that as a decrease of the power spectrum of the data, and as in this image, you can see that whenever the electrical stimulation is on, there is a small decrease. And ERD helps us a lot to know when the person is reacting to a stimulus, since it can tell us when the person is receiving a sensory motor input. And first, we have to analyze the response time to the electrical stimulation, then analyze the brain electrical activity, to finally evaluate both inputs for a machine learning model that predict the probability of falling. So first, by acquiring the data of the response time in the case, we developed an experimental setup that basically consisted of a functional electrical stimulation device, a microcontroller, and a graphical user interface, where we can modulate the parameters of the FES and also control in the real-time data from an accelerometer. So why do we need an accelerometer? First, the person will have an electrode in one of those 4 positions. These 4 positions were selected since it activates the movement in the foot once the person receives the simulation. And the accelerometer data if the person is was told to realize to elevate the food once they receive the simulation, they have to do it as fast as they can. So we can have the model input. And the accelerometer briefly measures the acceleration forces, so that is why it helps us to have these triggers when the person receives the stimulation. So as I mentioned, yeah, the subject has to make this movement as soon as they feel the stimulation. And then we have another like an experimental setup. And the concept is basically like the previous one. And in this case, we add the electroencephalogram signal acquisition, in which we can measure it in real time, and also tuning the data when we encounter some noise or artifacts in each experimental project. And so as part of the process, once we acquire the data, we have to make the independent component analysis. This method is to remove or subtract artifacts that are noise, and without removing the data. So in this case, this type of analysis tells us that the outputs become independently, statistically independent. So, and those outputs are called components. So what is a component? It's basically the synchronous neural activity that happens in certain regions of the brain. And this process we can do this process by doing this simple convolution between the component inside and with the EEG data inside. So as per the results, we obtained a total of 20 components, and I'm going to describe one of the most relevant. And first component number 7, and there is, as you can see, there is activity in the frontal region, and this there is eye activity there. So well, not only the neurological data. So, and there's also in the component, you can see that there are those peaks. Yeah, those peaks that are considered noise for the group that we see the activity. And also we have low frequency activity, and with a threshold of that, and all in these three components indicate that there is an ionic artifact. There is an ionic artifact that is commonly recognized in the acquisition of the EEG data. Second of all, both component 12 and 16 indicate us that there is more cortex activity. And the component activity itself tells us that the person was doing the movement with the motor productivity. So that the person is doing an upper or lower limb movement. And in terms of the power spectrum, with a threshold of 5, we can see also that there are some increases and decreases, and that is exactly when we can detect event-related potentials. Also, we are still working on this project. So as this is a sample of the data from a few channels, and we can see that there are these peaks that are actually produced by the electrical stimulation. So we can see that the least noticeable ones are the ones of the high frequency. And also, well, we evaluate the data and also the triggers.
obtained through the accelerometer data to continue the segmentation of the EEG data based on the accelerometer data marks. In summary, first, we implemented a recording system setup for the electrons Boron and functional electrical device, and also the elimination of the independent component analysis to identify relevant components in artifacts. Finally, we identify the very related potentials, especially ERDs, as a result of stimulus in a EEG signal. So for future work, since we are still working on this, we should include more subjects for the data set and also improve its quality. Leverage the simulations based on the accelerometer data, and also develop the machine learning algorithm to predict the probability of falling or control. And finally, integrate the radar system with the functional electrical simulation in a control system. I want to say, as part of the new steering in your lab, my supervisor, Kristen Alfog, and both postdocs, BNU and Evolution. And for the REPU program, I want to thank my mentor, Ricardo Gonzalez, postdoc Kevin Villegas, who gave me insightful feedback, and Penny Erdesa, who granted me generous artificial fellowship. So thank you for your attention, and feel free to ask me any questions.
Thank you, Kirela. What questions do you have for them?
Thank you for your talk. Maybe I missed it, but was there an inclusion criteria for the people that you use for recording, like patients? They have like a particular age, gender, or something like that?
No, everyone was open, so we're trying to do that. We didn't actually, we didn't specifically include people with spinal cord injury or people because it's kind of hard to find. We first want to know how each person injury will have or could have this injury cannot react to that electrical stimulation. So no, and also we're still increasing this data set, so there is no especially requisites for doing the data.
Another one is probably very naive because I don't know much about the topic, but do you have already like a machine learning classificator that you will use, or that is decided after you like process the data?
That is after, because we actually have to remind that we wanted to know for the source of classification in this area, so I can read it.
Thank you so much, Elena, for your talk. Now, up next, we have the meeting lecture. I'll start introducing Daniel. Daniel Medracho is REPU CS 2023 as well. He you them. He'll talk about research experience in a little bit. He is home university is Pontificia Universidad Católica del Perú, in Peru.
Okay. Okay. I will start. Well, first, to start, I want to say thank you for my sponsor, economic conference, artificial, and book, and REPU for giving the opportunity to be here. Okay, and today I will explain my research project. The title is Autonomous Navigation Merging BLP with SLAM. And this is part for my REPU seminar 2023 and in the area computer science. My name is Daniel Nacho. My mentor is Miguel Chavez and my supervisor is Marcos Sonia. Well, first, I will start to make some definitions about autonomous navigation. Well, the most famous, most popular autonomous navigation vehicle that we have now is the Tesla. But here we have a video and I want to explain some important concepts. But here in the video, I have two important parts in the tablet side. In the left part of the tablet here, we have some parts of the local map. The local map means some description about vehicles, obstacles, traffic signals, traffic lights around the vehicle, around the device. But in the left, in the right side, you have the global map. The global map, the important part of the global map, is you have the previous map and the initial position and the target position. Well, the most popular algorithm for autonomous navigation is simultaneous localization and mapping, which means SLAM. And I will try to explain this in a simple way. First, I want to ask the question, what do I know about my path? For this reason, SLAM uses mapping with some sensors to describe the environment around them. For example, here is a simple example. When my house is the house with the yellow roof, I want to go to the house of my friend, which is the orange roof. I know my neighborhood, I know how to move to my neighborhood. So I start to stay forward and I see the house with the red roof and I know to turn to the left. Then I see the house with the green roof and decide to turn to the right. Then the house of my friend is next to the highest tree in the neighborhood. Well, this is the idea of the G-mapping. You have your fixed map in your previous map, your previous knowledge about your neighborhood. The second question is, what is my position in this path? For example, if I am in front of the house with the red roof, I need to know a number, a measurement, which is my position relative to my house. For this reason, we use localization with some sensors to have the value about my position in my neighborhood. Well, the third question is, what will happen the next time? Because the path is not fixed, something changed in my neighborhood or whatever stuff happens. For this reason, SLAM. SLAM makes these two important concepts, to estimate the direction of the movement of me in my new path. For example, if I know I am in the front of the house with the red roof, I know my position relative to my house, it's impossible that I take the decision to turn to the left, to the right. So in another case, for example, someone is working in the street or there are some tourist dogs, maybe I need to avoid this obstacle. For this reason, I use my local map and my global map. Okay, this is the idea about SLAM. But what happened? What is the problem with SLAM? SLAM have some issues in localization because the sensor that they use has a cumulative error over the time. For this reason, I will use colors, landmarks, to know where I am in all the moments. Like this. It's a grid pattern. And this passes to the next concept, which is visible light positioning, VLP. In a simple way, VLP is use the light to determine the position of an object in one environment, only for use flashlight. Well, some researchers use my research project based on this paper, where some researchers use biorefringent material polarizer to create landmarks to estimate the position of the vehicle on the ground in indoor environments. The idea about biorefringent material polarizer is optical part. We start with a flashlight, then have several orientations of the white light. This signal pass through the first polarizer, and I have one orientation of my white light. Then this signal pass through the biorefringent material, and the property of this material is each color with different orientation is the output when you have the white light. That means is you have in the white light you have different colors. In the output, you have these colors in different directions. For example, green is vertical, red is horizontal, but this is still white light. In the end, I need color landmarks in my output. And this is depend only for the second polarizer. The orientation of my second polarizer in my output is the color that I need. For example, if I want green, the polarizer needs to be vertical, and if I want to go to red, it's horizontal. Well, with this concept, my objective is I will implement an autonomous navigation algorithm that uses the SLAM with VLP and evaluated the accuracy of the output map and localization. This start with I implemented a grid pattern with a colors landmark, and I use this information to estimate the position of my vehicle in the ground, and then pass this information to the Epiphyte simulator, where I measure the accuracy of my map, like this. Okay, and in a methodology, I mix SLAM with VLP. I started with SLAM with VLP, visible light positioning, and I need my setup. In the setup, important part is the transmitter and the receiver. Then the second task is the color sensing, and I need to color clustering, and with this color clustering, create a grid pattern. Then, with all this information, I implemented the algorithm to the localization algorithm. In the second part, is the simultaneous localization and mapping needs the 3D model, the environment model, the SLAM package, and the color sensor API. With this, I implemented the virtual simulator. In the end, the purpose is merge this information and test in a real environment. Only the task with yellow color is in progress, but first I will start with visible light positioning. This is my experimental setup, my transmitter design. This is the transmitter, and here more details about the transmitter. Start with the flashlight, then the Fresnel lens, the diffuser, the first polarizer, the biorefringent material, the second Fresnel lens. In this photo, this grid pattern is the projection about the grid pattern. Is the projection of the grid pattern on the floor. But here we see the colors because in this photo we have the two polarizers. Well, in the receiver we have the vehicle, and we have the color sensor here. The color sensor is the eyes of the colors of the robot, and I have two color sensors with different orientation of the second polarizer. For the reason, these color sensors send two different kind of colors, and when I want to compare the real value about my map and accuracy, I compare with my ground truth or my reference for the light. Well, then in the part of the color sensing, I start with this is my setup when I made a color sensing. In this case, we see the grid pattern with color white. It's the white light.
because here we have one polarizer and the receiver have the second polarizer. We see only white light, but the receiver catch the color. Then I put all this information in this is the difference between the color sensor 1 and the color sensor 2 in 6 samples that I made. And for example, if I start with this is the sample yellow blue. Remember, this is one orientation of the polarizer. I have yellow. If I rotate the second polarizer in 90 degrees, for example, I have blue. Well, with this information passed to the color clustering and grid pattern, I measure the Euclidean distance between the centers of the color subset here. And then with this idea, I implemented the machine learning classification with KNN in 6 class, and accuracy is 0.9998. Then, with this classification of colors, I try to implement my final grid pattern. This is one I see and another one I see. Yeah, it's different colors for the grid pattern. The principal characteristics of this grid pattern is the grid hub is 7 by 7. The cell size is 20 centimeters by 20 centimeters for the projection. The adjacent cells have distant colors. The distant color is here. So here is yellow and this is green. We have a long distance in the Euclidean distance. And the local path is the way how to move. For this path or here, this. And this path is in colors, is not repeated in all the grid patterns. The expect error that I expect is that the median tracking error is 3.5 centimeters. Well, in the second part for simultaneous localization and mapping, I implemented the computer-aided design model to determine the material and the physical characteristic of the vehicle parts. So I designed my vehicle in a virtual mode. And this is important for calculating the motion instructions for the vehicle. Finally, in the summary, the merging of polarizer, diffuser, and Biodiversity material is a way to obtain the color landmarks from the light. The second point is the selected colors and clusters with high accuracy using machine learning classification algorithm. The grid pattern allows proper detection of colors in each cell and particle filter application. In the future work, I will simulate the particle filter algorithm in the virtual simulator with color sensor IDA and implement the autonomous navigation algorithm in the real environment. And finally, this is the most difficult task that I have. I need to implement the algorithm to solve the color detection problem when the vehicle changes the direction, because all the time the vehicle go in a straight over. So I need to make some algorithm to solve when I turn to the left or the right. And well, and I know this, and say thank you for Dalia's Shu, Eric Wang, and Jasper Yang-Lu, and well, a good friend, Miguel Chavez, and that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
What question?
Yes.
When you design the model of the vehicle, did you thought or did you thought of anything to be specific that must have the vehicle in order to move?
Okay, yes, I will show you. Thank you. This is important. Great. I'm sorry. This is this one. Okay, the requirement that I need when I design my vehicle is the material and physical characteristics, because I need to know where is the inertial moment and the mass of all the things that I have. Because when I need to turn to the left and turn to the right, it's I need to calculate, recalculate the speed in each wheel. So this is the idea when I need to design the 3D model of my vehicle. And the more important requirement is you need to, if you have two motors, four motors, which is the way to when you want to make the directions, and all this stuff is calculated with this virtual simulator. Like name is ROS. ROS is robotic operator system. So this is the idea when I need to implement that. Yes.
Thank you. Well, if there are no more questions, thank you so much. And up next we have another Okay, we're starting our next presentation by Fiorella Ojeda. Okay. Yeah, Fiorella Ojeda, she her home university in Peru is the Universidad Peruana Cayetano Heredia, and as you can see there, she did well. She's currently doing her REPU internship here at HHU.
Good evening, everyone. I am Fiorella, and then it's about my project, which is about I just started to non-structural impact. Let me begin with something that I will show you all showing how many numbers. It is our most recent study, and infected more than 700 million people and caused almost 7 million deaths worldwide. When we compare them with past pandemics like the SARS pandemic of 2003 or the Ebola pandemic of 2014, we see that those are the numbers we compare with COVID-19. The first one was made to control the disease involved related drugs such as chloroquine or hydroxychloroquine, you know that. But as you probably know too, there were no clinical benefits and there were even safety concerns with that, but that doesn't mean that autophagy is not an important process for viral replication, particularly for hospital replication. It is a virus and ecological agent for COVID-19. Here we have fluid, which is about 30,000 kilometers long. It is a gram-positive sense RNA virus and with multiple operating rates. We can see here that it has some structural proteins. There's a spike protein, which is quite popular. Maybe you know it because it's the one that binds ACE2 receptor and basically lets viral get in itself. But we also have the membrane protein, the envelope protein, and the nucleocapsid protein, as well as some accepted factors. But now I would like to focus on the non-structural proteins, for which we have to look at the overlapping 1A and 1B. When our translating those overlapping are translated, they use 2 proteins, but we don't want 2 proteins, we want 16 proteins, 16 proteins. And for that, we have to cut those proteins into the 2 proteins. That's cleavage. And the 2 proteins that make the cleavage happen are the LSD3, which cuts the proteins in those sites, the 3 sites, and the LSD1, which cuts the rest of the protein. We also have to talk a bit about autophagy, or more specifically about macroautophagy. It begins with the autophagy inhibition complex, or ULP1 complex, that phosphorylates some key autophagy regulatory proteins and lets the process begin. There is factor, which is a double membrane vesicle that starts to surround in plasmic cargo, and when the ends of the factor meet each other and the cargo is completely engulfed, that structure is called an autophagy. Then the autophagy fuses with the lysosome to form autolysosome. Inside which the cytoplasmic cargo and gold is finally degraded. However, when we have human coronaviruses, what happens here is that the NSPs of human coronaviruses avoid that, block that fusion between the autophagosome and the lysosome. So the lysosomes are not formed. Instead, we have an accumulation of LC3. And that's important because LC3 belongs to the membrane vesicles, which are important for bioreplication. Here we have a closer look to the ULK1 complex, which we have a closer look to the ULK1 complex, which is formed by the serotonin integrinase or just ULK1 and other related proteins. Like ULK1 basically phosphorylates other regulatory proteins downstream. And it's important to notice that the inhibition of ULK1 is most cell lines sufficient to completely disrupt autophagy. It is regulated by mTOR1 and AMPK. mTOR1 directly phosphorylates ULK1, and that inhibits autophagy. And AMPK actually phosphorylates mTOR1, and that stops mTOR1 from phosphorylating ULK1, but it also phosphorylates ULK1, but in a way that promotes something. Downstream, we have this complex, the BPS34 complex, that is phosphorylated by ULK1, and those proteins, BB14, BB1, and the BPS34 complex. So, a protein, and that promotes autophagy, and also ULK1 phosphorylates other protein that causes bad catering, well, that regulates the catering of complex with the cytoskeleton. So we will go collect the protein. This complex is no longer bound to the cytoskeleton, but we can go to the ER, which is where most of the factors are formed. So the thing that I will say, probably you are wondering that it would be a good idea to test what the NSPs can do with ULK1. Maybe that's the way they stop the autophagy cell, and you will be the only ones because in 2020, Mohammed Hall tested that hypothesis, and it concluded that NSP3 could treat ULK1. That's really true. But what's important to get from this study is that they also tested if NSP5 could treat ULK1. And here we have the results. We have 3 cases, those 3 lines, as you can see. And that's for the SARS-CoV-2 and NSP5 wild, so normal SARS-CoV-2 NSP5, nothing wrong with that. And we have a mutant that cannot cleave anything, but it was supposed to cleave, we don't know that it cannot do it anymore. And we have the control, which is an NSP5 that can cleave ULK1 from another virus. That's another virus. So for the first case, we see that in the patient time, if we mix NSP5 wild type from COVID with ULK1, the band actually decreases its intensity. So that might suggest that ULK1 being cleaved by NSP5. However, that's not what the researchers concluded from this study. They say that it couldn't cleave ULK1. Why? Because they couldn't detect the cleavage band there, which is present in the control. So, knowing that, here we have the ULK1 sequence, which is a bit more than 1,000 amino acids. And there was a study where from Scott et al. In 2021 that used that software NetCorona to find the sequences of amino acids where NSP5 was more likely to cleave. And they identified that sequence, LQS, as the sequence where that had the highest probability of being cleaved by NSP5. So if we analyze the sequence of ULK1 and we can identify these two sites, and my supervisor identified those two sites using the same software as possible places where the NC5 could lead. So they want to know why. So you just have to see the sequence. It has the same sequence, but the resolution is right there. So yeah, that's a high probability. Okay, at this point, I think I can say that the aim of the project is specifically to test if Epiphyte can actually cleave UOP1. And if that's the case, to identify the places in the noise sequence where that happens. So to talk about the methodology, frankly, we have a cell line, next to that cell line with a UOP1 cup. So if that's going to use a UOP1 natural. We seeded those cells and we transfected those cells using a Epiphyte and a plasmid, two plasmid. It could be a plasmid with UOP1 or a UOP1 mutant. We have, we have two mutants from the plasmid, right? And also another vector containing NP5 or a mutant NP5 that cannot cleave anything, or an empty vector, vector control, vector not expressing. Those cells were incubated and then they were put in epithelial tubes. So then we use a lysis buffer to lyse the cell. So we can get what's inside the cell, the protein, and we can use Western blot to measure the expression of those proteins. And here are my results for UOP1 wild type. I just will go in step by step, but not maybe we'll go use the whole Western blot. Here you can see that UOP1 wild type when we mix it with an empty vector and Epiphyte for the Epiphyte mutant. So for the Epiphyte, we see that there is a cleavage that is there exactly at the same level that UOP1 the C-terminal. So that actually proves it. That Epiphyte can actually cleave UOP1. The cleavage band is there, which was what the researchers before couldn't find. Yeah, but it's there, and we see that expression of the UOP1, the black part of the UOP1, it's reduced comparing to the Epiphyte. When we tested to find the cleavage site in the mutant, in this mutant, the I97, we see that the cleavage band is also there. So probably this is not the site where NP5 is cleaving UOP1, because if it had been the site where the cleavage happened, then when we change the glutamine for alanine, then NP5 wouldn't have been able to cleave. So we wouldn't see that band anymore, but it is there. So that's not the site. And that leads us to one possibility. The mutant 915. But we see that there is also the cleavage band there, so that is not the place where NP5 cleaves either. So to begin with the conclusions, I think the main outcome of my project is that we managed to prove that UOP1 can be cleaved by NC5. And well, we tried to find the sites where that cleavage happened, but that those sites really not known, because the ones that had the high probability according to the corona didn't work apparently done were not sites. So as fewer steps were suggested that could be tested to identify the specific sites. Maybe we can delete some regions of the amino acid sequence of UOP1, some regions like 50 amino acids to amino acids, to try to identify where the cleavage band is easily, if network didn't work. So finally, I would like to use my comments to express my records for giving me the opportunity to do this research to Biodiversity and in Nigeria for providing a global support. And to my institute, I'm doing glad and medicine that belongs to the University of and also, of course, for everyone in the institute, they were really helpful, especially my mentor, David Nottingham, for all his teaching and for doing the people. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miranda. What questions do you have in regards to Yes.
So I think I missed it. What is the weight of QLK1 and what's the weight of the fragments you see after each cleave?
After it's cleaved, I think it was a by. I mean, it depends on the cleavage. If it is cleaved by NSP3, I think it's around 70. But if it's by one we have seen in the band, that it's around 5.
It's just that one fragment that you see because that's just one fragment.
Well, we can take both fragments. We have the black and also the terminal.
Yeah.
Other questions for her? Yes.
Can you return to the slide where you're studying our topic? I think I missed. Sorry. Yeah, either. One more. Thank you. So, NHPS inhibits the lysosome entering the autophagocyte. That mechanism might be the NHPS killing the youth.
Well, that's actually that specific part hasn't been tested.
Okay.
But NSPs are giving the one we guess that it has something to do. But that's most important for it.
And more like a general question, how does like inhibiting autophagy help the virus?
I think it's right with the accumulation of LSD. I mean, I put them like this, but actually they belong to a membrane, and that is used by the virus to eventually how bad that's used by the virus to promote their replication.
Thank you.
Other questions for her? Thank you so much, Fiorella, for your presentation. And up next, we have Jen. Okay, so up next we have Tiara Rodriguez. She, as you can see, she's a REPU CS 2023, and her home university in Peru is la Universidad Nacional de Ingeniería. She will share the research she's been doing these past few weeks at EU Delft.
Hi everyone, my name is Tiara Rodriguez. I am part of the Computer Science 2023, and today I will be presenting my research project. The title of the presentation is Biodiversity, Visible Light Scattering Communication in Dynamic Conditions. My mentor is Mia Chavez, and my supervisor is Professor Marcos. Okay, to start, I would like to review with my research area, that is visible light communication. But probably you will ask, what is visible light communication? Well, this VLC is an emerging wireless technology that aims to transmit information using any type of light. So basically, what is the core idea behind VLC is that we are able to transmit information just by changing the state of an LED, in this case from off to on. So this works as follows. When the light is off, we are transmitting a 0, and when the light is on, we are transmitting a 1. So we can do that really fast with a high speed frequency. So the change is going to be imperceptible for our eyes. But on the other side, we will have a receiver that could be, for example, a photodiode. The photodiode will perceive the changes, and it works as follows. This is the light that we will perceive. It's normal light without flickering. And this is the light that the photodiode will perceive. The photodiode will perceive the changes. So now I will go deeper on my research area, that is visible light scattering communication. So what is visible light scattering communication? Well, Their aim is to reflect and modulate incoming light, but now with another method. So this is the basic structure. We have a flashlight that is transmitting information, and on the other side we have a receiver. This is a one-way communication. But also we can implement two layers next to the receiver. Those layers will be the retroreflector and the liquid crystal. So with those layers, you will be able to reflect the light, but now with another method. So it's like a response. So, but what are those layers? Well, basically, the first one, the retroreflector, is to reflect the light. So there are many ways to reflect light. One would be by using a mirror. The mirror reflects the light from a certain angle. And also we have retroreflectors. Retroreflectors reflect the light back to the source. And this is the one that we are going to use in the project. So also we want to send another message, an answer, a response. So that's why we need a modulator. So in order to modulate the reflected light, we will use a liquid crystal. The liquid crystal works as follows. So basically, it's this module. When we put some voltage, it becomes darker. So it will block all the light, and we will obtain a zero after that. And when there's no voltage, it is transparent. So all the light will pass through it, and we obtain an output. And okay, now I will talk about the motivation. So first, more research works in this field. We just care about one-way communication. So this is a future example. In the future, we probably will be able to permit instructions of movement in drones just by using the street lights. And this will be a one-way communication. But also, if you would like to send like a response, we will need probably to implement another transmitter over on the top of the drone that probably will make it more heavier. And also that's why, in order to reduce the setup, we will use only a small liquid crystal and reflective modulator that will allow to reflect the light with another message. And it's lightweight, so we will put over the drone, and also we could put over robots and other type of devices. Okay, so what is the aim of the project? First, is to establish a bidirectional communication between a transmitter and a receiver. So what we have already done is that we have a transmitter that sends instructions to a robot. So the robot can move forward and backward, right and left. But this is a one-way communication. So with BLBC, we could also implement a bidirectional communication. So the robot could send an answer. For example, in this case, it's sending okay, but it's just an example. It could also send other type of message. And the second aim is to establish a bidirectional communication between one transmitter and two receivers. So it's our transmitter, and now we will have two robots. Each of them will have a color filter on the top, and also our transmitter is sending instructions. But now we will have two photodiodes, two receivers, and each of them will have a specific color filter. So we will have one green reflected light and also one blue reflected light. And they're not going to be interfering with those two channels. Okay, so now we go with the methodology. The evaluation that I have been implemented is Manchester encoding. So basically, it works as follows. We already have a frames of ones and zeros. So when there's light or there's no light. So when we have one bit, that means that there's light, it's light. We could encode as follows. The first half of the bit would be 0, and the other half of the bit will be 1. And when we have a bit 0, that means that there's no light. We could encode just by dividing the first bit in 1, and the other half of the bit will be 0. So we decided to choose this modulation because we will avoid long streams of ones and zeros with this type of modulation, and that is important because we will avoid the flickering. So this is the frame of the transmitted signal. This is the instruction that we are sending to our robot in order to move. It has a preamble. It also has a payload length that is only 1 because we are just sending one character. In this case, it's right because it's one of the instructions that also could be a left, forward, or backward. And the CRC, what we just evaluate if the payload has been received correctly. And this is the frame of the backscatter signal. So this is the response signal, the reflected signal. It has the same structure, but the difference is the message. And as we can see there, we are sending another character that in this case is the letter E. And this is the hexadecimal representation. Okay, this is our the setup. So basically, we are using the same structure for our robot. We have the robot and also we have the flashlight. So next to the flashlight, we have a receiver that is light sensor. So also we have our backscatter module that will allow us to reflect the light that consists of a retroreflector and a liquid crystal. And this, well, here I have the video, but I think video doesn't work here. So what is happening here is that we are transmitting this structure with a high frequency that is around 2000 hertz, and the reflected signal is a low frequency that is around 20 hertz. So it's important to remember that receiver because here are some of the results that I have already obtained. So this is the signal that this is our reflected signal. So basically here what we have here is that combination of two signals, one with high frequency and one with low frequency. And as you will see here, our signal, the low frequency, that is the signal is that reflected signal, is the envelope of the signal, and that is, and also the signal with high frequency is the signal with low frequency composed of the signal with high frequency. So our aim is to avoid the high frequency and just keep the low frequency. So also probably you will see that there's like a irregular shape on the top because it should be, that would be like the perfect receive signal, but it's basically because our modulator, because this is, we did a simple test and we noticed that this is how the baby crystal responds. So in order to change from state 0, so in order to change from 0 to 1, it takes around 31 milliseconds. And also in order to change from 1 to 0, it took 22 milliseconds, so it's not symmetric. And that's what the field that caused the asymmetric shape of our signal. Okay, in order to avoid a high frequency, we will apply a moving average filter that works like a low pass filter. And this is the equation that I have implemented in Epiphyte. And in order, once we do that, we will obtain the orange signal. This is our, and we can see there's like a similarity between our orange signal and the envelope of our reflected signal. So when we have the orange signal, we will be able to know which ones are 1 and 0. But first, we need to do this. We need to implement this algorithm in order to know which ones are 1 and 0. So first, we implement the threshold in order to know to discover that. So when we have a threshold, all the samples that are over the threshold will be possible ones, and all the samples that are below the threshold will be possible zeros. And so basically, that's how we will be able to know our frame. So for example, on the first part, we have 5 samples. So white one is because if we have less than 3 samples, it will be 1. But when we have between 3 and 6 samples, it means that we have 2 ones. And it's the same algorithm for the zeros. So that's how we can know how our frame is composed. And this is our result. This was the frame that we reflect. This is the frame of our answer, or the robot answer. And this is the frame ground. And as we can see here, we have found the same preamble, we have found the same payload, and also the same method that is the most important thing. But besides the similar representation of it, and well, just as a summary, my first conclusion is that online codification of the scattered may not have been implemented correctly, considering a static receiver and transmitter, because all the tests were considering the robot static. And for further steps, is to implement the color filters, one over the top of the robot and also one over the photodiode. And also, just we expect that the intensity of light will decrease because we have one layer between our transmitter and our receiver. And well, also to implement the scatter system in real time, because all that then were done offline, just working progress. And well, finally, I would like to say thank you to all the interest of the networking group, and especially to my supervisor, Marcia, my mentor, Miguel Chavez, and that for all the help that they gave me during all my internship. And also thanks to REPU, Epiphyte, my university for allowing me to be here and for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, question for her?
Yes, could you go back to the symmetric response, the asymmetric response slide?
Yeah.
Yes. So you said there was this asymmetry. Is there a reason for the material or why there's not symmetry?
Yeah, sure. The liquid crystal has a low time response. So basically, that's also why our reflective has a low frequency, because liquid crystal works from 20 hertz that around 147 hertz. So basically, that's a characteristic of this material. It works with low frequency. I also have a low time of response, and that's why we have this asymmetric rise time and also fall time.
Okay, can I do a follow-up question? Or?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that for the programming that you have been doing on all of this, it has to be like if you want to transfer to another program, you have to find it, let's say, to another material.
Oh, sorry.
So yes, so all of these considerations in your design of your program and everything. So for example, if you want to, I was talking about like the transferability. I mean, you could apply this to another material. You have to do some adjustments if the responses are different.
Okay. Well, first, we have decided to use liquid crystal mainly because it's lightweight. So, for example, this is one positive pink of it, and that allows us to modulate to modulate the answer because this is a modulator. And yeah, basically because of that, also there are like type of liquid crystals. So a liquid crystal is a cheap material, it's a cheap thing, but also you can buy a more expensive one, and probably those characteristics will decrease. So some liquid crystal has a higher time response, but it depends on the price. In my case, I'm using the cheapest one. So that's also why I have 3 results. But if I will be able to probably in the future, a more expensive one, we have probably my result will be better. But yeah, I use
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for you?
Yes, first I want to really thank you for your presentation. It was amazing. I just wanted to ask you something like maybe really simple, but I think you have a slide and you have different colors for your yes. So about that, yeah. I don't know if you can put it there. Yeah. So I just wanted to ask, from what I understood, you sent like a message in the right, but for what I understand, because they are different colors, they will receive a different message, or they will have a different response, or why are you choosing like between blue and green? Why is it not like red or orange? I don't know, like what are those colors and what's the difference between the messages? If there's any.
Yeah, I understand your question, but basically we will be sending the same instruction, but the meter is the same. So for example, if the meter say go forward, both will go forward. But what will change here is the answer, because also that's why we are implementing the photo layout, because the reflected signal from the green one, it could be whatever message, because that depends on the liquid crystal. But and we have only one transmitter. The idea here is to have like multiple responses at the same time. So here, if we put one green color filter, and we put also one color filter on the top, the photo layout with the green color filter only will receive the reflected light on the green card, not the blue one. So we will be able to separate those 2 channels of messages. This is that's the idea for this project, to be able to receive 2 responses at the same time from different receivers or transmitters, because also they are transmitting information. But basically that's like the main idea here. Also, I haven't tested yet, but I am this work in progress. But the idea actually to provide multiple answers at the same time. So this is like the core idea of this project. Yeah.
Thank you, and again, congratulations for your presentation. It was amazing.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Diana. Demo right here today as well. Up next, last but not least, we have some time. As I said, last but not least, we have Gonzalo Rey. This is going to be our last presentation of the REPU seminar. Thanks everyone for sticking with us so far. Gonzalo is from Universidad Peruana Cayetana Heredia. He's eco the branch of ecology, and he's going to talk about his research at Phillips Universidad Harvard. I don't know if I said it correctly. Well, thank you so much, Gonzalo. Go ahead.
Hi everyone. So before I start, I know it's the final talk for today, and I'm gonna present to you a theme that is a little bit different to what you might be hearing throughout the day. So I hope you like it. And if you haven't heard, my name is Gonzalo Ricama, and I'm an Eco-REPU 2023, and I did my internship specifically in the Agrarökologische Pflanzengeography. And if you really understand that, because it's German, I didn't understand it either at the beginning, but it basically means ecological plant geography working group, and I work directly with Glenda Mendieta Leiva, which is my supervisor. And if you don't want to read the whole title, that I know is too long, basically it's about Epiphyte and biodiversity in Indian forest. That's the only thing you need to know. Okay, so now you might be wondering, what are epiphytes and why are they important at all? So let's have a little bit of a basic botany class, I would like to say. But basically, an epiphyte is a plant that grows on another plant on a non-parasitically way. That's the most basic definition you can have of an epiphyte. If you can think of any plant like that, if you think of a mistletoe, the thing that people use on Christmas to give, that's not an epiphyte because that's a parasite. So epiphytes are not parasitic, and we have two main types: non-vascular ones and vascular ones, which are the main focus of our study here. And why are they important at all? Because their main function is they are ecosystem engineers. And what does this mean? It basically means that they help create new niches, so new species can inhabit these new niches that they create, and they also have like different ecological functions, especially related to the flow of water in the ecosystem and also to nutrient cycling. Here are some pretty pictures of epiphytes that you can find, and you can look at that, and we will have more pretty pictures of epiphytes later. So how do we usually sample them? The most basic thing when you see epiphytes, we see is, as there are plants that grow on other plants, we need a big plant so we can sample a lot of epiphytes because we need more space to sample. So what they usually do is they sample a tree. But where do we find the most trees? On forest. And here is a common display of Andean forest. We have the soil, the atmosphere, and the canopy, which is the interface between the soil and the atmosphere. And as you may see, the canopy is not only the upper part of the trees, it's actually almost everything that is upper the soil. And in this little part here that no one really cares about is the understory. Which sounds like an underdog of this story, but the understory is basically the place below the canopy and over the soil. It doesn't have a definitely measured, but it's usually like around 3 meters of the soil, and it hosts. Recent studies have told us that their importance is because they have new species of epiphytes that are not necessarily on the canopy of the trees. So what they usually do for sampling epiphytes, you may ask, well, they climb the trees. But there are big limitations with this because if you want to climb the trees, you need the tree to be climbable, which basically means they have to have a big tree and a healthy tree because you don't want to injure yourself if you climb on a weak tree and you might fall in the forest. I don't recommend that at all. So now you might be wondering, are epiphytes really important or are really a big thing? And here is a map that shows the global vascular plant diversity on the world, and especially on forests. And in this part here, if you recognize Peru, this is the Andean forest. You can see like a lot of the vascular plant diversity is very rich here. And also epiphytes are 10% of the global plant. However, there are not much information about them, and although we know they are like a really big part of these plants, people don't really know much about them, especially on Andean forest. So that's a thing to keep in mind. So if you know a little thing about beta diversity, you might know that we need some data to compare two sites. So I'm going to present to you the data that we have used to analyze the beta diversity on Andean forest. So what they did to collect the data, because I couldn't do it, if you know how sampling works, you're sampling 8 trees, it might sound like a little, but it's actually take over a year to collect this data. They selected 8 different trees, and they created a plot around them that is by 10 by 10 and by 3 meters high to represent the understory of the forest that is around them. And they did this 8 times per 2 habitats, which we have here that are the ridge and the valley. If you want to look at it in a simpler way, is the upper slope and the lower slope of the forest. And you can see that they have different conditions. If you don't see it clearly in the picture, on the ridge, you can see that it's more leaf, it has more light, it's more open, while in the valley, it's like a little bit more dense, and they have the different microclimatic conditions also. And what they do for the data, they collected every epiphyte that they could find, either on the canopy, and that we have learned that is all the upper part of the tree, and the understory of the plot. So now that we have what we have on our data, I'm going to show you some of the results, and we use the statistical program R to analyze everything, basically. So what was my research question, basically? And it was, is beta diversity different according to sampling unit? And we have to remember that our sampling units were the trees and the blood. And my main objectives were to evaluate whether the sampling or trees or blood result in comparable or different beta diversity, and also to evaluate what are the reasons behind these differences. Okay, so here's my first result, and as we can, if you don't really know what this is, a similarity profile. In the y-axis we have a similarity coefficient, and in the x-axis we have a fancy term for Hill numbers, which is basically different indexes that are used to measure diversity. The zero represents the total species richness. Then we have another index which is horn, which takes away the most rare species, and then we have like the Morista horn and more indexes. But the point is that while you go along the x-axis, you get like rid of the rarer species till you get only the most common species. And if we only see like the little plot here that you can see here, we can see that the plots among themselves tend to be more similar when you look at the general diversity of the species that we have, while the trees seem to be like a little bit less similar. And if we include the habitat around them, with them, we can see that plots, independent of their habitat, tend to be equally similar even for the rarer species that we can find, and for more common species that are we can find along the forest. But for trees, the habitat does make a difference, and we can see that especially for the rich trees, we can see that the rarer species are not that commonly found among the different trees that we sample. And now another result that I want to show you is the components of beta diversity. If you don't know, the two main components of beta diversity are turnover and nestedness. Beta diversity, if you don't remember, is let's say an index to explain similarity between 2 points. And this similarity, if you count the whole species in the two ecosystems, turnover is basically the new species that we can find in the different points, while nestedness is the subset of species that we could find from the total species. So basically, here we have that turnover is the main component for every sampling unit and habitat. And we have, and this would mean that we could find newer species in every sampling unit and habitat. So now you might be wondering, our data is really meaningful statistically at all? And yes, it is really meaningful statistically at all, because we did this test, which is verification extrapolation, which if you don't remember, here are the field numbers that I explained earlier. And we see that the sample coverage, even including rarer species, it's really high. It's over 95% for either sampling unit. So here we have that. If we look at the graph, the difference between the highest point here and the point here are the rarer species that we could find in our forest. So we can see that the majority of the species is rare species that we could find. So if you have seen here that there are dotted lines on that what the Q thing is that has 0, it's because we didn't get the full rare species that were there, but we get like the most of them. Then we get like a really good sample coverage for forest, which is 95% in all for sampling. And now another thing that is important to say here is that the different sampling units give us different types of epiphytes, and that's what we were being wondering about during this whole presentation. We have humidity lovers, which is like a fancy term to say poikilohydric, which is just the scientific name for when plants love to get the water from the earth. Then humidity lovers are more especially attracted to the floods. And for example, some examples are filmiferans or miniature orchids, Gymnophyllaceae or Lepantes. While on the trees, we can get more ample distribution of species. And if you just look at them, their leaves look like a little more raw. So that's why there are more ample distribution, and some common examples of them are Tulantia or Bistigma. And this was using indicator species analysis. And if you might be familiar with this term, don't get confused with the ecotoxicology term that is a relevant species that can indicate a contaminant. For this statistical test, it shows us the most predominant species in a defined sampling unit, in this case, the plugs or the trees. So now that we have seen everything, most of the results that we got from our epiphytes, what I want you to remember from this presentation is that first, that epiphytes are not really that well studied. There are not a lot of people that like epiphytes. If you think about it, the most beautiful ones are especially orchids. So if you like orchids and if you like pretty flowers, Most orchids are epiphytes, so that's a good point if you want to study them. But what I want you to remember from the presentation itself is that beta diversity differs according to sampling unit and habitat, as we have seen throughout the exposition, and also that plots seem to be more similar between themselves than trees between themselves. And this is really helpful because if you only have enough money to sample either trees or either plots, you can get to decide which is best for you, because as we have seen on the indicator species analysis, you get like a different set of epiphytes, like the humidity levels of the ample distribution one. So you can get to choose to sample what's best for this project. And I didn't want to finish my presentation without giving thanks to Glenda, which is my mentor, and she helped me a lot throughout this, and she helped to create EPIC, which is the Epiphyte database that contains everything about epiphytes that we know today. And also this Pokemon around here, because it helped me create the beautiful color palette that you have seen throughout my presentation. And if you look at it, it looks like an orchid. So that's why I chose it basically. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Gonzalo. Questions for him? What questions do you have for Gonzalo?
Yes. So, the sampling units that you took, either plots or trees, how far were they from each other, and did the distance affect the different diversity or two number that you observed?
Okay, that's a good question, because when we have the plots here,
Maybe you could just use the.
yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay, so we have like the plots here. I didn't have the map because there's this theory that said that the closer they are, the diversity should be the same, and that's what has always been used, especially for epiphyte. But this is actually a test that we did after, and we did a mantle test, which is a test that helps us to see if the different points in a geographic location are really, and if our results according to those geographic points are significant or not. And we see that it didn't really matter. So it does, but it doesn't matter that the trees themselves are far apart or not. And as you can see, the plots are really under the tree. So you can, we still get a different diversity between the trees and the plots. So that's really important, because it disrupts the idea that you don't need to sample the understory because it's really close to the tree, it must be the same. But there might be another factor like microclimatic conditions or any other factor that might be getting us a different diversity. So this is really important, because the whole idea from sampling was you just need to sample trees. But here we show that no, plots are really important, and the understory tells us a new vision of the forest that most people haven't seen.
Other questions for Gonzalo? Thank you so much, Gonzalo, for. Well, that's it for today. I'm going to give some final remarks.
Okay. So thank you again. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the picture.
Okay, so thank you again for the everybody involved in this year REPUs. Again, from the people who were at the very beginning putting the flyer that REPU 2022 start admissions, and directors. The heads of the branches, that's so much work. Really, again, there were a couple of heads of branches here, so. Ah, there you are. Again, thank you. Yeah, and it's good to see everybody. We have seen some people online and pictures of people. It's really great to get together after so many years of 2 years of COVID and we can actually get together. That is amazing. And it's nice to be in Europe because it's really, to fly and travel and get together. Okay, so I want to say first also bye to the people in line for following us. Thank you for staying with us in YouTube or in Zoom. We're gonna close the Zoom meeting. It is not closed, right?
Yeah, I did.
It is okay. Okay. Yeah, but it's actually Zoom. It's not there. Yeah. All right. So before we finish, we're gonna do a couple of things. One, take a picture of everybody here. With hopefully the Facebook of the booster. That's about second, we want to show you really quickly for those people who are going to Open, to Krefeld, to where I live, to watch the Peru game, the train and the time we'll take the train. Third, we'll pick up everything that we have left, like glasses.